and it is my honor to be your host for today's event. This event is organized by Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS Indonesia, in collaboration with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, or KAS, in what is the 6th iteration of this annual series. The dialogue today is designed to facilitate discussion between distinguished experts and officials from Germany, Indonesia, not only from them, but also beyond, as we address what has been for a lot of us a hot topic for this year, G7, G20, and the relations between them in such a polarizing year. Before we start our agenda for today, please allow me to warmly greet the honorable speakers and key figures attending the event here in the Grand Hayat Jakarta. May I please welcome Dr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, Head of the Foreign Policy Strategy Agency of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic Indonesia, Her Excellency Ina Lepel, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Secretary for Policy Team at the G20 Sherpa Secretariat at the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Riatu Mariatul Qibthiyyah, Director of the Institute of Economy Social Research at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. We also have, speaking later, Mr. Nicolas J. Bouchot, Fellow at the Global Solution Initiative, Berlin, and also advisor to the Dean of Asian Development Bank Institute of Japan, who will be G7, T7 next year. And we also have Ms. Manjit Kripalani, the Executive Director of Gateway House, Indian Council on Global Relations, India. We have also here with us Ms. Isabel Wendinger, who is a Senior Policy Advisor to Southeast Asia at the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Germany. And we also have Dr. Axel Berger, Deputy Director of the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. We have Mr. Henning Glaser, Director at the German Southeast Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy and Good Governance at the Faculty of Law, Thammasat University, also here with us. And of course, we have here from CSIS, Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, the Executive Director of CSIS Indonesia, Dr. Shafia Muhibat, the Deputy Executive Director for Research, CSIS Indonesia. I was informed also that Dr. Medelina Hendityo, Deputy Executive Director for Operations, CSIS Indonesia, is also in part of the attendance. And of course, last but not least, we have also Dr. Denis Suarsana, who's been our collaborator. He's the Country Director of Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, here with us. Thank you so much for all of you for being here. Welcome to our distinguished figures and speakers who will be joining us later as well, and the guests and participants who have kindly joined us this morning. Without further ado, to formally open the dialogue, may I invite Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, the Executive Director of CSIS Indonesia, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr. Yose, the floor is yours.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. On behalf of Center for Strategic and International Studies, I would like to welcome you to the 6th KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue on the topic of aligning aspirations and expectations, the future of G7 and G20 relations. I'm really glad to welcome you again in person after 2 years. We only have this annual dialogue conducted virtually. This event is actually the product of collaborations between CSIS and Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, where each year we discuss strategic topics pertinent to both countries, as well as also on the global or regional interests that we are going to see some intersections of interest to both countries. this is the sixth, meaning that we have these events actually have been held since 2017. On that context, I would like to convey my deepest gratitude to Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, including also to Dr. Denis Suarsana, the country director of Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, and his team, of course, at KAS, for their continuous support and positive collaboration in preparing the series of events. We are also very honored to be able to welcome Dr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana, Head of Foreign Policy, Strategic Agency, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Ina Lepel, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Indonesia, and Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Secretary for Policy Team G20 Sherpa Secretariat. We are, Excellencies, we are really honored to have you here. A special welcome also to our distinguished speakers for today and tomorrow, especially who already come all the way from abroad to share your knowledge and insights for the next 2 days. And today we will be discussing the future of G20 and G7, including the relations between those two platforms. You may wonder why we still discussing the G20 and G7, even we know that all the process has been concluded around 2 weeks ago with very big achievements for Indonesia and for G20. But I think our discussion is still very important, at least based on 3 reasons. First, we still need international cooperations. In fact, we need international cooperations more than ever in this period. We know that it has been a challenging year for us with the war in Ukraine and the impacts following that from the food insecurity, energy crisis, as well as also sudden liquidity tightening that policy that has been undertaken to respond to all those challenges. So we need international cooperations to deal with all those issues. And second, with all the weaknesses, actually both platforms, G7 and G20, still offer useful mechanisms to work on various global agenda, including also, more importantly, on the slow-moving but devastating problem related to climate change. We still need these platforms to talk about the cooperations among important countries, among important economies in the world. The war in Ukraine, of course, changed the situations a lot, and also the environment for both platforms. The G7 has seen itself as being re-identified as a like-minded grouping, working together for a common concern, that is Russia's war in Ukraine. But for more heterogeneous G20, the grouping has been exposed to greater geopolitical pressures in a way that it creates polarizations between major powers in the world politics, as well as within the group itself. So earlier this year, we in Indonesia were afraid that Indonesia would be written in history as the country where G20 summit failed to convene, or even worse, as a country where a G20 break up. Actually, very fortunately, it didn't happen. It was a nice surprise to see Indonesia manage to hold relatively successful G20 summit. And some of the points even include a strong demand for Russia's withdrawal from Ukraine, citing how they exacerbate existing fragilities within the global economy. So this is indeed a very significant call to make the more successful G20 or G7 forum in the future. The third reasons why it is still important for us to talk about G7 and G20, I think it's because the challenge to navigate the intersections between security issues and economic issues will likely to continue and to be crucial in the next future. Our colleagues in India would face similar challenges, I think, to deal with the geopolitical pressures. We do not know whether the harmony that we have seen in Bali actually will stay and will continue in India. Or whether the gap of aspiration and expectations between the G7 and the rest of the G20 member would resurface in different way or even getting deeper. So I hope our discussions during the next 2 days will shed light on those issues as well. I look forward to deep and fruitful and meaningful discussions with you all. Thank you very much again for being here with us and to attend the KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Dr. Damuri. Next, may I invite Dr. Denis Suarsana, Director of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, for his welcome remarks. Dr. Suarsana, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yang terhormat Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, Executive Director of CSIS Indonesia. Your Excellency, Dr. Yayan, Ganda, Hayat, Mulyana, General Director of the Foreign Policy Strategy Agency in the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here, sir. Your Excellency, Mrs. Ina Lepel, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Indonesia. It's also a great honor to have you here and to help us make this German-Indonesian strategic dialogue a real dialogue between our two countries. And also, I would like to welcome very warmly Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, who is the Secretary for the Policy Team of the G20 Sherpa Secretariat. Great to have you here, sir. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to welcome you all to the 6th KAS-CSIS German-Indonesian Strategic Dialogue. And I think it's always a bit of a challenge to speak after Pak Yose, because I think there's not much to add to what he has already said about the challenges that lie ahead for the G7 and G20 in the coming years, but also about the successful G20 presidency of Indonesia. But anyway, I would like to use this opportunity here to extend my congratulations also on behalf of KAS to our Indonesian friends and partners for the very successful G20 presidency. And as President Joko Widodo has recently stated, this has been the most difficult G20 presidency so far. And despite all of these international crises that we are witnessing at the moment, Indonesia has managed to keep, as you said, Yose, to keep the G20 group together, and even facilitated a joint declaration at the end of the G20 summit, something that almost no one expected. So that was a remarkable achievement and shows the diplomatic prowess of the team of the G20 Sherpa Secretariat around Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, but also, of course, of the Foreign Ministry, Dr. Yayan. So I'm very fond of being a director of KAS here in Indonesia at these times, where there's so much respect coming from all over the world regarding your G20 presidency. And also, I would like to use this opportunity, of course, to thank you, Yose, and all of the team at CSIS for setting up this event, and also for the great cooperation that we had and still have, of course, throughout the years. This is already the 6th German-Indonesian strategic dialogue, and I'm very happy and confident to say that it is probably going to be the best one so far. And one factor, of course, is the perfect timing that we have with this dialogue, because as you mentioned already, this November was probably one of the busiest moments in the history of modern diplomacy, and with Southeast Asia at the center of it all. And it has also been a powerful answer to all of those who are already mourning the death of multilateralism. And however, as you also already mentioned in much more detail, this summit frenzy in the last couple of weeks has also revealed that, although not dead yet, the multilateral order and also multilateralism itself is in serious condition. And so shaping the future of G7 and G20 as two of the most important multilateral forums in the world is highly necessary. And that's why I'm very happy to be able to discuss this with all of you here in the coming 2 days. And of course, I want to thank all of our speakers for coming here. Some of them even traveled from very far away, from Thailand, from India, from Japan, from France, from Germany, of course, but also from Indonesia. And I'm very happy that we can have this, well, already kind of international dialogue, not only confined to Germany and Indonesia, but I mean, speaking about multilateral forums as G20 and G7, I think you cannot really limit it to just two nations talking to each other. And of course, I would like to thank you all here in the room and also watching us live on YouTube for your interest in this discussion. And I wish you all fruitful discussions and also fruitful networking talks around this event. And I'm very much looking forward to this 6th KAS-CSIS German-Indonesian strategic dialogue. So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much for your remarks, Dr. Suarsana. Now, to set up the scene for the rest of the dialogue, we have today the honor to host for our keynote speech, Dr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana. Dr. Yayan is the head of Foreign Policy Strategy Agency at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, or MOFA. He's been with MOFA since 1993 and had assumed responsibilities in various sections and divisions. He had participated in multiple roles of the Indonesian delegations to bilateral and multilateral meetings, from the APEC, ASEAN, East Asia Summit, G20, UNESCO, WTO, and many others. And Dr. Yayan also holds a bachelor's degree from Universitas Pajajaran, a master's degree from the Ohio University, as well as doctoral degree from the Madison University. May I please warmly welcome Dr. Yayan to the podium to deliver your keynote speech. Dr. Yayan, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Her Excellency Ibu Ina Lepel, Ambassadors of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Chairs of the G20 Sherpa Secretariat, Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, Executive Director, CSIS Indonesia, and Dr. Denis Suarsana, Directors of Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak-Bapak and Ibu-Ibu. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to address the 6th Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue. Let me begin by congratulating Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and CSIS on the joint efforts through the leadership of Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri and Dr. Denis Suarsana in convening this pertinent strategic dialogue. The theme that this strategic dialogue takes, aligning aspirations and expectations, futures of G7 and G20 relation, is very timely. It appears that both G7 and G20 are increasingly becoming two key multilateral fora for international cooperations on areas of utmost importance to the global community of nations. The year 2022 is a historic one for both G20 and G7, and of course for Germany and Indonesia. This year, Germany assumed its presidency of G7, decisively driving the forum to achieve progress towards an equitable world by responding to the challenges of climate change, food insecurity, energy insecurity, and global health. And also this year, Indonesia concluded its G20 presidency, bringing all its members to recover together, recover stronger, focusing on two areas of priorities: building a global health architecture, digital transformation, and energy transition. Both countries have shown commendable leadership and stewardship in navigating respective forum of cooperation in such a difficult time. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently living in a world of multiple challenges and multifaceted complexities. Challenges that are generally unprecedented, unanticipated, and unknown. No one and no country was prepared to face these unknowns alone. Only through cooperation and collaboration, the world will be able to tackle these challenges in an effective manner. This is the very reasons of why building alignment of efforts between G7 and G20 is crucial. I would argue that G20, part of its members are members of the G7, is the premier, if not the most important, forum for global cooperations today, with remarkable depth of commitment. It is a forum of cooperation where every member state not only take care of both their own interests, but also the interests of all other countries on the globe altogether. With 20 member states, hundreds of government and non-government stakeholders, and segments of meetings and consultations, G20 becomes the most multifaceted and multi-stakeholders forum of cooperation. A strong alignment between G7 and G20 will be a powerful driver for the accelerations of global common goal, growth, and prosperity. For our discussions today, Bapak-Bapak and Ibu-Ibu, let me reflect on potential aspects of cooperation and synergy between the G7 and G20 in the future. First, stronger synergy and cooperation. Recently, both groupings place economic, financial, and developmental issues as its core agenda of discussion. For instances, Indonesia's G20 presidency focused particularly on two main areas: global health architecture, energy transition, and digital transformation. And during the presidency, the G20 also expanded its focus on food and energy crisis, as well as global financial challenges. Meanwhile, the Germany's presidency of G7 laid out priorities which include sustainable planet, economic stability and transformation, healthy lives, better future, and becoming stronger together. We can see from the priorities set by the two presidencies, there are some overlaps and commonalities. And these overlapping priorities provide the G7 and G20 an opportunity for synergy, both at policy as well as operational levels. Some of the areas that could be explored further are, among others, climate change contribution and support, particularly for developing countries, sustainable and energy transition, financial stability and debt issues, as well as global health resilience. Second, G7 and G20 members can optimize the pool of resources to address global challenges. The G7 and G20 members have tremendous technological and economic resources. In some cases, the pooling of resources among its members can provide needed global public goods. As an example, the G7 and G20 members could provide some solution to the debt and financial issues faced by the developing countries. Moreover, technological and innovation in the developed and emerging economies were crucial in the development and rollout of vaccines for COVID-19. Hence, we had better control to the pandemic. In this context, it is important to seek ways in which the G7 and G20 could collaborate to pool their resources in addressing various global challenges ahead of us. Third, concrete, tangible programs and cooperation that could have immediate impact for the common people. During Indonesia's G7, G20's presidency, we wish to ensure the inclusivity principle and to achieve concrete deliverables in which the G20 work will have positive impact beyond the G20 members and have direct impacts on the people at a regional or global scale, particularly in developing nations. Indonesia invited for the first time representatives of small island and developing countries, namely the Pacific Island Forum, CARICOM, and also invited the African group to be parts of the discussions in the G20. The G20 leaders agreed on concrete deliverables or program in various fields, particularly for developing countries as part of the G20 Bali's leaders' declaration. These programs reflect collaboration among G20 members, including proposals by the G7 members and cooperations among G20 invitees and international organizations. These programs are intended to provide benefits for developing countries at the regional and global levels, including the Pacific region. We believe that there are many opportunities in which the G7 and G20 could collaborate further to develop concrete and tangible results that are beneficial for people on the ground. And fourth, ensuring that the G7 and G20 remain an effective forum to address global challenges, regardless of their respective internal structures of membership and position. This was obvious during the discussions within the G20 this year. Throughout the year, the work of G20 has been confronted by an unprecedented situation, an unknown dynamics. Even though consensus were made on all the issues within the finance and Sherpa tracks, but due to the strongly contending position of G20 members, there had been views that we will not be able to achieve consensus on such a situation, geopolitically in nature. There were genuine concerns that if the G20 failed to reach a consensus at the summit, it will bring a negative signal to the world on G20's ineffectiveness or inactiveness in addressing global challenges. Through various diplomatic approach and intense, as well as intensive negotiations, the G20 has managed to reach a consensus on the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration. The outcome was a win-win situation for all G20 members, acceptable to all, which is only made possible with close cooperation and collaboration with the G7 members and overall G20 members and invitees. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me highlight a few points on Indonesia and Germany relations. This year, the two countries celebrate the 70th anniversaries of strong diplomatic relation, as well as the 10th anniversary of comprehensive partnership. In 7 decades, the relationship has deepened to cover a wide range of areas, including trade and investment, health, education, technology, development, security, agriculture, transportation, energy, maritime, infrastructure, employment, tourism, culture, and also environment. And these much areas of cooperation reflect how deep and strong relationship between the two countries. In terms of trade, in 2021, Germany is Indonesia's largest trading partner from Europe, while Indonesia is the 5th Germany's partner in ASEAN and 50th global trading partner for Germany. Despite global challenges, bilateral trade in goods between Indonesia and Germany still managed to record trade worth of $6.1 billion in 2021. And this reflects an 11% increase compared to 2020. Between 2015 and 2021, Germany became the 16th largest investors in Indonesia, or the 2nd largest from Europe after the Netherlands, with total investment more than $1 billion. Within the first semesters of 2022, this year, Germany has invested more than $122 million in more than 400 projects in Indonesia. Clean technology, clean and renewable energy, and green infrastructure are some areas for collaborative efforts between Indonesia and Germany. Both countries are committed to the common climate agenda that includes environment protections and climate change mitigation programs. Our two governments carry out regular meetings and consultations, and during the Indonesia's foreign ministers meeting with the German foreign minister on the sidelines of the G20 foreign ministers meeting on July 8 this year, the two foreign ministers explored the establishment of an Indonesia-Germany strategic dialogue at the foreign ministers level. At the community level, around 20,000 Indonesians are currently residing in Germany, with 8,000 amongst them are students. While this fact signifies the importance of higher and vocational education cooperation between the two countries, I do believe that these students are assets for both countries in the long run. A close people-to-people contact will certainly contribute to stronger bilateral relations and deeper friendship between the two countries and nation. I am also convinced that these 6th KAS and CSIS strategic dialogue will aid great values to the strengthening of friendship and cooperation between the two countries. To conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again congratulate Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and CSIS for this important event. I wish everyone an inspiring dialogue and fruitful discussion during the course of the dialogue. I thank you. Terima kasih. Danke.
Thank you so much, Pak Yayan. Before we proceed with the next sessions, may I please invite all the role players who are present in the room for a small group photo session as part of the tradition of the dialogue. May I please invite all the role players just up front here so we can pose for a group family picture together, just like the G20 and G7. We can try both. Right, so first picture would be with mask. Oh, right. Right, so may I take the cue? 1, 2, 3, Group photo. So can we have another round without mask? Right, on my cue, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, everyone. And please, you may return to your seats. Excellent. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, everyone. Now, allow me to proceed and provide you with a small technical briefing on today's event. Today's event follows the format of panel sessions between a set of distinguished speakers chaired by a moderator. Following the presentations by each of the speakers, we also will have a Q&A session. So participants, please look forward to that. Please save some of the questions and distribute it along the topics that we will have today. The next session, to start us off, will be on aligning aspirations between the G7 and the G20. To chair the session, may I invite Dr. Lina Alexandra, Head of the Department of International Relations, CSIS Indonesia, to the stage. Dr. Alexandra, the time and floor is yours, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to the 6th KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue, aligning expectations and aspirations from the G7 and G20. Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Lina Alexandra. I'm currently the head of the International Relations Department in CSIS. I think from the welcome remarks as well as the keynote speech that we have just heard, we all agree that this year, the 2022 is actually the most challenging year for both Germany and Indonesia's presidency in G7 and G20. But it also emphasizes to us the importance of deepening multilateral cooperation among countries, particularly to aligning interests and aspirations between the G7 and G20 countries. And as time goes by, hitherto, we can see how alignment between G7 and G20 is of the utmost importance to deal with the global challenges and problems that we are seeing now. What we are particularly seeing also is the rising leverage of G20 countries, which should be perceived not as contestation with the G7, but rather complementarity of each other. On the one hand, we all know that G7 is very efficient in producing ideas on various global policies and agenda, but it definitely needs support from the G20 countries. While at the same time, discussion among G20 countries about their agenda in the region on numerous global issues cannot move on into implementation level without support and resources from the G7 countries. And this session aims to discuss 3 pertinent questions. The first is to identify and assess, as well as comparing different aspirations and perspectives, even possible conflicting interests between G7 and G20 countries. The second is to identify alignments, areas of cooperation between G7 and G20. And the third, of course, is to identify possible solutions which could act as a bridge to different expectations and interests. And with that, I would like to welcome to the stage the first speaker, which is Her Excellency Ambassador Ina Lepel. Please. Ambassador Ina Lepel is the current ambassador designate of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia. And previously, she was appointed as the German ambassador to Japan, as well as the ambassador to Pakistan before. And she has also been posted in several UN affairs positions at the German Federal Foreign Office. And also, I would like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, to the stage. Dr. Muhammad Hadianto is the Secretary for Policy Team at the G20 Sherpa Secretariat, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. And he has had several professional experiences, such as strategic policy advisor to the Vice Minister of Trade, and also Deputy Director or Lead Coordinator for Multilateral Cooperation on Economy, Finance, and International Financial Institutions. And last but not least, of course, I would like to invite to the stage the third speaker, Dr. Riatu Mariatul Qibthiyyah, who is currently, please up to the stage. She's the director of LPEM FEBUI, which is the Institute for Economic and Social Research, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia since 2016. She is also a faculty member in the Economics Department, University of Indonesia, and has served as head of economics undergraduate program from 2009-2013. And Riatu is a public finance expert, have involved in various research and consultations in the areas of decentralization, intergovernmental transfers, and taxation for development and multilateral organizations. And with that, I would like to invite the first speaker, Ambassador Ina Lepel, to actually give your presentation and remarks for about 10 to 15 minutes. Please, Ambassador.
Well, distinguished Dr. Yayan, GH Mulyana, DG Foreign Policy Strategy Agency in CAMU, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Lead Coordinator in the Sherpa Secretariat in the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, distinguished Dr. Riatu Mariatul Qibthiyyah, Director of the Institute of Economy and Social Research at the Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri of CSIS, Dr. Denis Suarsana, Director of Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, and of course, dear our moderator, Mr. Lee Alexander of CSIS. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, today it is my great pleasure to attend the 6th German-Indonesian Strategic Dialogue at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. And it's great to finally again have this offline, although I also warmly welcome the online public. This platform, the Strategic Dialogue, is an outstanding opportunity to exchange ideas and experiences between our two countries and bring together governments, civil society, academia, business community, and many more. Before I begin, allow me to congratulate the Indonesian government on their successful G20 presidency. In the past 12 months, and during difficult times, Indonesia has taken over responsibility shaping global politics. The successful outcome of the summit, as shown in the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration, was only possible due to the patience, leadership, and diplomatic skills of the Indonesian government and the many really brilliant people in there. The history of the G7 goes back to 1973, when we recognized that as large global economies, we carry responsibilities. 14 years ago, the G20 met for the first time, facing the most severe financial crisis in our generation. The G7 is a very important part of the G20, and the G20 is an essential complement of the G7, broadening and deepening the scope of involvement of the international community. It brings world leaders to the same table around shared economic, political, and health challenges. We all share common interests in maintaining global economic growth, resolving global issues and crises, and progressing with global agendas. This year, we met at a time of unparalleled multidimensional crisis. We have experienced the devastation brought by the COVID-19 pandemic and other challenges, including palpable impacts of climate change, which have caused economic downturn. This year, we have also witnessed the war in Ukraine, further adversely impacting the global economy. The Russian aggression against Ukraine revealed different aspirations or even possible conflicting interests between the G7 countries and the G20 countries. As G7, we underline our unshakable commitment to uphold the rules-based international order and to protect the rights of all, including the most vulnerable. We constantly raise our voices to remind all members of the United Nations to refrain from the use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state. Violations of universally agreed and legally binding fundamental principles, such as peaceful cooperation, sovereignty, self-determination, and territorial integrity, are unacceptable. The situation for other members of the G20 was a bit more difficult. Some focused more on economic process and less on the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Nevertheless, under the skillful presidency of Indonesia, the G20 still managed to cooperate, even if times are difficult. Despite all differences, we altogether showed during a year-long string of meetings that culminated in the summit that yes, we were able to align different aspirations. We do not always agree, but that makes it even more important to keep the channels open for dialogue and exchange. Allow me to outline some coordinated actions for a strong, inclusive, and resilient global recovery that we did agree, and on which it also will make sense to continue working together. First, we reaffirmed our steadfast commitments to tackle climate change by strengthening the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. Beyond that, the G20 will play their part fully in implementing the outcomes of the latest COP27. As you are aware, the urgent need to fight against climate change is very high on the G7 agenda as well. Secondly, we committed to taking urgent actions to address food security challenges, keeping food supply chains functioning under difficult circumstances. Furthermore, we strive to ensure accessibility, affordability, and sustainability of food for those in need. Third, we agreed to strengthen health systems on national, regional, and global levels. In this context, we welcome the establishment of the new pandemic fund hosted by the World Bank that aims to address critical pandemic gaps and build capacity at all levels. Finally, yet importantly, we managed to agree upon a more inclusive and sustainable digital transformation. Digital technology becomes the key for recovery and empowerment across various sectors, including in building a resilient food system, creating decent jobs, and human capacity development and supporting trade, industrialization, and investment. This is a transformation not just of technology applied, but also of societies and the way we work together, we communicate together. And therefore, it is really essential to ensure that no one is left behind in our efforts to digitally transform our societies. Let me conclude by reiterating that for Germany, it is of utmost importance to tackle the current economic turmoil, hitting vulnerable countries and communities around the world particularly hard, exacerbating an already dire situation caused by the climate crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and existing conflicts. For this, cooperation is key, inside the G7, inside the G20, but most of all, between the G7 and the G20. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you very fruitful discussions for the rest of the 2 days.
Thank you, Ambassador Lepel. Now I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, the second speaker, to give your remarks and presentation also for about 10 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone attending online and offline. Your Excellency, Ambassador Lepel, a very good morning. It's a pleasure an honor for me to share the stage with prominent speakers such as the ambassador and also Dr. Riatu here from Universitas Indonesia. And I would also like to use this fine opportunities this morning to greet my seniors from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pak Yayan, Dr. Yayan Mulyana, and then also Pak Dr. Rio, and then we have also Ibu Spika attending here, and many others. And of course, the host for today's event, Pak Dr. Yose Rizal from CSIS, and Dr. Denis Suarsana from KAS. Can we show the slide here, please? Yeah, yang itu. Right. So, I will mostly speak this morning based on what I've seen, what I witnessed personally during the process of the G20 meetings. We had 418 meetings throughout the year with 184 main meetings, and I can't even recall how many side events that we had. But you know, it was, as Ambassador Lepel mentioned, it was it was challenging. Right? The process was challenging in the G20, but in the end, we managed to conclude with an outcome that anyone would not have expected initially with the leaders' declaration. So I think the credit should go to all G20 members and the negotiators present in that room on that particular day. Now, we talk about aligning the aspirations between the G7 and the G20. I think, yeah, should I proceed? Ini gimana sih cara makanya? Sorry, I'm a bit technological illiterate, so yang mana? Yang ini. Right. Okay. So let me begin with this, right? Both forums are conducted in the midst of the global challenges and overarching crisis. We have the climate change crisis, we have unresolved COVID-19, and then cost of living, the increased commodity prices, right, and conflict. Of course, what we see in the Ukraine. So both forums, I think, were faced with this multidimensional crisis and urge to find a global common solution to address this crisis, right? So we had high expectations from the international public, both towards the G7 and more towards the G20, to be able to at least propose a solution, because the G20 is, by mandate, was founded to address global economic crisis. So this year was the bet, right? Whether we were able or not to fulfill that initial mandate. Right? So this is the global picture, right? Now, with that, let me just highlight the different structures or maybe characteristics of the G7 and the G20. I think this would be the simplest way to describe the ultimate differences in aspirations of the two forums. Both are described as an informal forum, but the G7, I stand to be corrected here, G7 is deemed as a political forum because the members align themselves to the same political system and political ideologies. Whereas the G20 is dubbed as the economic forum because regardless of the diversity of its members, the diverse differences in political background, political system background, and levels of economic development, the G20 is more concentrated towards efforts to bridge differences and alignment to achieve, a stabilized global economy. So, in that context, I think in the G7, trust is implicit because it's very likely to achieve a harmony point of view between the members. But in the G20, trust is born out of compromise, right? Because there are indeed conflicting interests. And I must say that this year, the fragmentations between members are so deep and so wide. But members are united with one goal in mind, which is attaining the SDGs 2030. And we are grateful that in the Bali Leaders Declaration, leaders have agreed to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. And I think, our three priorities are reflective towards, the energy transitions, food security, digital transformation, and health architecture, global health architecture is reflective to our efforts to achieve SDGs 2030. So this is just to give a illustration. I'm sure each and everyone here are already familiar with what our priorities are. Just to give you a highlight, and with this priorities in mind, right, we in the G20 strive to make a stronger and more collaborative and inclusive global recovery. And to this extent, I think one of the most notable achievement out of the G20 summit is the pandemic fund. To date, we had around 1.5 billion commitment from donors, and Indonesia is contributing around 50 million to this program. And we would like the management of this fund to be balanced, transparent, and inclusive. So balanced, transparent, and inclusive should be the key components to ensure that the fund can be effectively used, especially towards the developing economies, right? And when we're speaking about this fund, I think we should also appreciate the work from the WHO and the World Bank to manage the operational and distribution of the fund. And I think we should also highlight that accessibility of this fund is very important. And moving on to the second pillar of the second priorities is digital economic transformation. I think this will be the characteristic of the future of the world of the future, right? And with 15.5% contributions of towards the GDP, global GDP, by the digital economy, it would be sensible for the G20 and for Indonesia to make something out of it. And in 2017, I remember exactly, during the Germany's G20 presidency, we talk about how can we measure the digital economy towards the contribution of digital economy towards the GDP. And now during Indonesia's presidency, we move slightly further, emphasizing on digital skills and literacy by proposing the G20 toolkit to measure digital skills and digital literacy. Because Indonesia in the next couple of years, we will need 9 million talents to optimize the digital economy and its demographic bonus. And why are we advancing digital economic transformation as a G20 agenda, as a global agenda? Because this is basically the portrait of our digital economy, environment, right? I think advancing digital economy will be a key strategy towards Indonesia's 2045 vision through human capital development and improvement of economic productivity, digital transformation, and building domestic economic powerhouses. Throughout this year, Indonesia's digital economy grew up to 77 billion US dollar, and it is expected to reach 130 billion by the next couple of years. And I think investment in digital infrastructure will be very significant to make digital economy becoming an enabler for the overall Indonesia's national economy. And to that extent, I can share with you that we 2 minutes, okay, that we has developed Palaparing and to ensure that inclusiveness in digital access towards the people, especially those living in remote areas. And okay, let me go towards this slide, right? The energy transitions. I think we all know that one of the outcomes of the G20 is the Bali Compact, right? It's a set of voluntary principles putting energy security at the heart of clean energy transitions, and which could help also achieving the net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. Okay, now this is, I have to say, the elephant in the room before I conclude. Right? We were hugely, we had huge differences of views on how to address the situations in Ukraine, right? But with leadership, with as Ambassador Lepel mentioned, with patience, we were able to achieve a consensus, right, towards these issues. And if you look at the third paragraph of the leaders' declarations, right, we had that word condemning the war in Ukraine, but we tried to put it as balanced as possible. Okay, so and I think to conclude, apart from what we've achieved in the leaders' declarations, I think beyond the leaders' declaration, we have also, achieved to cast number of pledges of concrete outcomes, just like what the president wanted. Under the G7 PGII, we secured 600 billion US dollar for infrastructure development in developing countries. And then we also had a JETP program, right, worth of 20 billion to support energy transition and decarbonization project in Indonesia. And of course, investment in MRTs, right, with Japan, UK, and South Korea, Saudi Arabia and Pertamina, and then Turkey and also Asia Development Bank. I think I will stop there and I will return the floor to the moderator, Dr. Lina. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto. Now, I would like to invite the third speaker, Dr. Riatu Qibthiyyah, to give her a presentation. Also the same 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. It is an honor for me. Thank you for inviting me from CSIS, Pak Yose, from KAS, also honorary Pak Yayan and Ambassador Ina and Pak Hadianto. Thank you for sharing as well on the update of the G7 and the G20. It must be disclaimer. My point of view is from the lens of the actors outside of the policy making and also the context of the G7 and the G20. LPEM FEBUI along with the CSIS is organized one of the organizer of the engagement group of the G20, which is the Think 20. Maybe in that sense, I'm not involving much of the G20, but only partly of that and the context of G7 as well. So this is the view from the outsider. On my slide, please. But it is interesting. This is actually an exciting journey with the CSIS to conducting T20 activities under this G20 Indonesia presidency. Again, congratulations for the government of Indonesia for successfully conducting the summit with the is very exciting to see leaders' declaration, and also I'm sure also the G7 is also a platform for aligning the focus of some of the initiative as well. So the context of the aspirations between G7 and the G20, of course, like it has been mentioned by Yose in the beginning and also by the panelists as well. This is the group of informal governance clubs. So in that context, and it is at the leaders club as well. So in that context, the summit of the head of state is more of adaptable on the context, current context and future context of maybe not less, but many more uncertainty and unknown maybe need also to adapt with the crisis, either economics or geopolitics. So the agenda, although there are as mentioned, there are priorities, or there seems to be the G7 more on the political and security, and the G20 is more on economic platform. The two is actually influence each other's. Given that the initiation of the G20 itself is complementing of what broadening the initiative from G7 in the beginning. And so this is G7 as part of the G20, and this also needs to also adapt what being evolution in the G20 as well as in the G7. So the context of the characteristic of G7 of the G20 we see in responding to the Russia and Ukraine war, the G7 is more stronger in terms of the cohesion, managing cohesion in terms of the global security, but this is in the other way around in the context of the G20. But in between, there is also a global common goods, like the case of environmental, and the case of also in the context of responding to the crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, as well as the economic crisis that belongs, and it is also a global issue that not only in specific countries, but all experienced by many countries. So there are similarities in there. And here the issue of in terms of global common public goods, it is not given that the development of G7 and G20 in terms of the world economy, the context of G7, and here they are also developing emerging countries that also increase in terms of the share and influencing the global economy, not only the G7. So this is also create the dynamics in terms of the cooperation and the commitments. So the financing commitment going forward might not always come from the G7. It's not always like North-South cooperation, but it is also South-South cooperations. So Indonesia maybe needs to also provide commitments to funding, as well as India and China, other than the G7 itself. So that's maybe going forward. And the G7 and G20, of course, the coordination of that is to ensure that the global economy creates sustainable development of the global and hindering further crisis. Next. And I think that's the point of we need to move towards North-South, and also within the developing countries, there are also maybe divergence, but it needs also cooperations within them as well. So the context of multilateral setting may not always the importance of the regional cooperation is also one of some of the approach here that needs to be addressed as well, given that I think the year of 2023, Japan will be the host, the presidency of the G7, and also India as the G20, both are in Asian countries. So I think that's also interesting to see how they coordinate and evolve in terms of the cooperations between G7 and the G20. The context of leader summit here give also credibility and also ensuring the commitment that are initiated within this forum, the G7 and the G20, given that most of the initiative needs to also being strongly commitment also in terms of domestic policies. So in that context, the leaders' view and the leaders' cooperation at the multilateral level, it will also spill over to the commitment within domestic policy itself. So this is the good one, given that the various national priorities and interests, it is aligning in some of the global commitment in it. So I think it will be different if it is at the ministerial level in other than the leaders. For example, in the context of the climate and environment, and Indonesia in the context of energy transition, I think the commitment of the government is quite strong, and we look forward that it is established as well in the long-term development strategy. So in terms of the topics, the G7 and the G20, there are many alignments of the topics under the G7 Germany and under the G20 Indonesia presidency. As mentioned earlier by our panelists here, although there is some different perspective, for example, on the geopolitics, it can be actually it's being also discussed in the G20 forum, and some of the views is actually addressed in the leaders' declaration. Also, I think the hesitance to actually discussing is not to shifting the focus of the issue of managing, responding to the post-recovery initiative, as well as addressing the current crisis, economic crisis. So I think in terms of the aspirations, there might be some divergence, but many as well is already existing alignment between the two. And the context itself, given that the G7 summit is earlier than the G20, it functioned as well as pre-negotiation, and the context of the proposal strengthening the G20 forums in that context. And here, in terms of the G20, although what I meant by the economics is the traditional monetary, trade, and international taxation issues, but the G20, given that there is two track of the G20, the Sherpa and also the finance tracks, I think going forward also there are also an evolve in terms of the issues, given that the climate and the environment, as well as development issues in terms of health, in terms of digital and also infrastructures, take also a good chunk of discussions under this G20 forum. So I think the G20 is a broader challenging issue to actually focusing on the priorities. 3 minutes, 2 minutes. But I'm sure the inclusivity of this and addressing the issues that also interest of all the members is also important. And for the collaborations other than, so it is possible, actually the lesson learned is many topics discussed in the G7 is also taking into account into the G20 forums, and the form of collaborations, I think under G7, Germany also inviting the G20 leaders, Pak Jokowi visit Germany at the time, and this is also needs to be continue in terms of engagement and coordination. What important is communications, and as a complement and to inform more of feasible form of collaboration, it can be also initiate within the engagement group of the G7 and the G20. This is from our perspective, given my involvement in the T20, the T7 Germany actually discussed the T20 priorities as well in their inceptions. And I think the similar in the context of T20 Indonesia, the advisory group also involved the T7 and engaging as well with the T7 networks in some of the task force forum. So it is likely that the process continue, and it is a good channeling as well to the G7 and G20 type of collaboration. For example, in the T7 recommendations is also mentioned of how the platform can actually give inputs to the G20 as well as in the T20 communicate. And the side event, the discussion of Russia and Ukraine war also discussed, because the engagement group is more flexible than maybe the G20 process under the working group, the Sherpa or the finance track. So this is a complement that actually not only the cooperation between country to country, but also people to people and the institution within that outside the government can also collaborate with the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Riatu. So I think we have heard, we have listened to three excellent presentations from our three speakers. Before I open the floor for the questions and comments from the floor, I would like to take the liberty as the moderator to ask the first questions to our distinguished panel this morning. So if I may, I have two general questions, one specific question to Ibu Riatu later on. But the general question, the first one, I think, well, we all know after the wedding party, here now the realities come. You know, after the big summit, you know, the euphoria, lots of praises to both presidency. And definitely now we need to face the reality. And the first one will be, of course, the classical problem that we have. I think the panelists already mentioned about the, well, touch upon the different characteristics of the G7 countries and the G20 countries, despite that they share common issues like the agenda that they have discussed in the summits, you know, on the climate change crisis, the food security, health, on the health issue and digital transformation, as Ambassador Lepel mentioned, you know. But there are definitely different characteristics between the two, the G7 and the G20. And definitely they are facing different domestic conditions, including different economic conditions. So on the one hand, I think it is clear that the G7 countries, because they are obviously coming from developed countries, seem to like to push for the acceleration of the achievements of the agenda, while the G20 countries mostly ask for a gradual process in order to catch up with the commitments, because they will need to sustain their own development process as well. So really the question is how to bridge that difference. And the second question that I would like to ask, to listen to from the panelists is, I think definitely more needs to be done. Because we know G20, as I think the panelists also mentioned, it's an informal gathering. It's an informal initiative. But now the question is really how to bring countries to keep up with their commitments. And in one of the presentations, I think we have seen that there has been some bilateral commitments, but what we have seen now is not enough. How to actually pursue more cooperation in terms probably bilateral cooperations. And I think in the keynote speech, Dr. Yayan and Mulyana already mentioned about the bilateral cooperation between Indonesia and Germany, for example, and how to actually enhance that and amplify that with the other partner countries. And specific question to Dr. Riatu, because CSI is also taking part in the T20, and probably you can share your view a little bit about the role of the T20 and how this think tank network can help the G20 to actually sustain their commitment, and what particular supports needs to be given to this type of initiative. I think it is very important to have the second track network to sustain the leaders' commitment. So I would like now to give the floor to Ambassador Lepel to probably respond to some of the questions. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's of course the interesting question. What happens after the big wedding party? And how will the couple get on with things? But I think there are some good incentives in place to make sure that commitments are also implemented. For the G20, there is an organization that actually tracks implementation in a fairly systematic manner. And I think most countries don't want to be caught at being laggard in being very much behind. Although, if I recall properly their reports, they would probably agree that it's never 100% and that it varies widely between countries. I think in this process of controlling implementation between one summit and the next, all the engagement fora, but of course, particularly the T20, also have an important role to play. They all feed in their implementation, their suggestions, their proposals, their recommendations into the work of the official G20. And I think that's very useful, although a great number of engagement groups also presents a sort of challenge because there are so many recommendations that it's becoming difficult to keep track of it. But I had not been familiar with this instrument before, and I've been very impressed with all the meetings of the W20, U20, Y20, and many, many more that have also taken place here in Indonesia. And I think at least one of them actually also came up with a joint declaration, which was surprising. So I think mechanisms are in place to follow up and to make sure things are implemented. But of course, it has to be done in every single country as well. There has to be constituencies from the civil society to make sure that this is actually the case. As far as the bilateral element, the commitments are concerned, I'm not sure that every G20 country actually does that. I don't think Germany did when we had our presidency in 2017. But I guess there it's pretty much up to the individual bilateral partners to make sure that what was committed will actually be implemented. And usually these agreements have their own mechanisms in place. And yeah, that's what I would come up on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is one of the most popular questions that we receive in terms of how we proceed with this, agreements, right? At the very outset of Indonesia's G20 presidency, President Joko Widodo had reminded us that the G20 should go beyond words. They should have real impact. And that is why exactly, under the joint leadership of the Foreign Ministry and the CMEA, we tried to deliver the so-called concrete projects or concrete deliverables. We had around 226 projects under the multilateral framework and 140 projects under the bilateral umbrella, worth of more than 70 million US dollars, 71,5 juta US dollar di sektor bilateral. And I think we all understood that the G20 is a multilateral forum designed to propose to incorporate norms or to inject norms. So the question is, how do we bring those norms into reality, into practices? Right? So concrete deliverables is one. And building up from the three priorities that Indonesia proposed: energy transitions, digital transformation, and global health architecture, we had at least secure, as I mentioned in my briefings before, around 600 billion US dollars under the PGII for 5 years for infrastructure and development in developing countries and many others. And of course, each pillar, each priorities would have like sort of the concrete projects on its own agreed during the G20 summit 2 weeks ago, right? Like for instance, between Indonesia and Japan, right, in the development of Yayan hydropower project. So this was a result of the discussions within the G20 and the PGII. And of course, again, the G20 is is a venue to set up the umbrella, but it needs to be brought down to concrete projects, and that's where we go the extra mile during Indonesia's presidency. And I wouldn't be surprised if following the summit, there will be, a technical team formed maybe by the government to really follow up on these commitments. And I think this is the mandate by the president, from the president towards the minister and towards the G20 presidency. So I guess that's the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Yayan. Ibu Riatu, please.
Thank you. Usually, other than like multilateral or regional organization that usually be given the mandate by the initiative under the G20, I think the context of engagement group can also play a role here, given that, for example, in terms of the think tanks, given that it needs also to implement the commitment and the initiative, it needs also strong and good policy designs on the domestic level. And I think like the think tanks under the T20, each has a close cooperation as well with the government, the KAS-CSIS, LPEM in the context of Indonesia. We also with other think tanks as well as other countries. So, and it can also functions, although there are different stages in terms of the implementations. I think to speed up or to actually making the initiative actually work after the summit from the deliverables under the G20 or the G7 in the context of, especially in the context of developing countries, the non-government actors also important. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Ibu Riatu. Now I would like to open the floor for questions and comments to the three panelists. I would like to open the first round. Please, if you have any questions, comments, please raise your hand. I see one over there and second here. If there's one more. Yes. Okay. So please kindly introduce yourself. The mic will be brought to you. Over there. So please kindly introduce yourself just briefly and then present your question or comment, please.
My name is Lepel from Blue Pad Lab. Given that both Japan and also India will chair G7 and also G20, and also at the same time they are both part of Quad, can we expect more strong push towards China, both in the interactions and agenda setting of in the G20 and G7, given the unstable of global political climate? Thank you.
Thank you. The second question from Ibu.
Check. Thank you, Excellencies. I would like to, my name is Yose. I'm from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. My question is, we talk a lot about global economic and also collaboration. So I would like to ask, in your opinion, what should G20 and also G7 countries do in order to promote collaboration, cooperation, and also healthy interdependency without over-dependency? As I think what the Russian step in weaponizing the gas supplies to Europe has shown how it impacted the energy insecurity in Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
So thank you. This is a wonderful discussion. I learned so much. A question for the pandemic fund of 1.5 billion. I'm just wondering if instead of the World Bank, isn't it possible to assign a greater role to the ADB, since the G20 and G7 will both be, as you said, run by Asian countries, and the ADB is already setting itself up to be to really be a climate bank. So surely it can take on health and digitization too.
Thank you very much. And if I may add a fourth question to Dr. Mohammed, I would be interested in your view on the collaboration between the G7 presidency, Germany, and the G20 presidency of Indonesia, on how this collaboration, this coordination between the two presidencies worked. Perhaps you have some best practices for also for the Japanese and for the Indian colleagues, how this collaboration might work in practice in a very good way.
Thank you for the questions, comments. Maybe Pak Yayan first, and then Ambassador Lepel after that, and Ibu Riatu can also add.
Sure. Well, thank you for all the questions. Let me start with the last one. It may not be the easiest, but I think you know, promoting collaboration, which also related to the second questions between the G7 and the G20. Well, based on my personal experience in December 2021, when we assumed the G20 presidency, I remember exactly developing a line of communications with Ambassador Lepel's staffers based here in Jakarta. And that sort of communications, you know, informal, can help build up the mutual understanding of each of the priorities of the forums. So I think at the national level, the presidencies and the representative, namely the embassies, is very crucial. And then on a more broader level, I think, you know, inviting the leaders of each forums to attend, you know, the summits, like what Germany did with President Jokowi, inviting to attend the G7 summit, is also helpful. Here we wish to share the priorities, right? We may not always end up with agreements with one another, but at least we have the mutual understanding of why we propose the aforementioned priorities, for instance, and what are the rationales, and how we can build up from there. So I guess, you know, having a discussion from the outset of each presidencies would also be helpful to align the agenda. And Indonesia and Germany were, quote unquote, fortunate that we were united by the same geo-economic, geopolitical landscape, as I mentioned before, on 5 Cs. But we never know what's coming ahead. Just like Yayan mentioned in his remarks, it is an uncharted areas of challenges, of global challenges. And what we know is that each of these global challenges, multifaceted challenges, requires collaboration, requires cooperation. So I think if Pak Jokowi mentioned that today's era is an era of no war, I would say that future is an era of cooperation and collaboration, regardless of the different political system, political ideologies, and levels of economic development. Right? We had differences, and differences can be an asset to make the bond stronger, just like me and my wife. And on the pandemic fund, I think, you know, I don't have the full power to describe this, but I think it was heavily discussed under the finance track involving the finance ministry and also the joint finance and health ministry. And the agreement was reached last year, that the understanding is that the World Bank would sort of take a front seat in sort of managing and promoting the pandemic fund. But since India is assuming the G20 presidency, I think this is also something that can be discussed or can be brought up into the discussion. And of course, it's consensus based, so we will have to see what members think of it. But I personally think, just like what you mentioned, that the ADB has programs on promoting health digitalization and many others. I think it can be a useful institution and valuable institutions to tap into the pandemic fund as well. So thank you for bringing that up. And on the first question, I didn't really absorb the question. I think it was you asked about China. Huh? Yeah. Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, first, I cannot speak on behalf of the next presidencies, right? But for us, inclusiveness is the key to achieve collaborations. And I think inclusiveness has been in the DNA of Indonesia's diplomacy, Indonesia's foreign policy and approach, right, towards differences. And without a balanced approach, without listening to differences and trying to incorporate what others think that may be in conflict with others, another set of other countries in the room, but we try to set a balanced role. And I think that is the key ingredient towards a successful G20 negotiation to achieve a leaders declaration. And let me highlight here that personal trait is very important. So who leads the negotiation is very important, right? And I think, we are lucky enough that during Indonesia's presidency, from the president, the ministers, the Sherpas, the deputy finance are experienced and seasoned government officials and diplomats that knows the leeway of bringing negotiations into peace, right? So I think personal leadership, the kind of characteristic that one possesses is very essential in that case. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, not so much to add after that. On the best practices for coordination, I would agree with Pak Muhammad Hadianto's observation that that we are really grateful that your people reached out to ours. And so we established a line of communication at an early stage, because basically the G7, the G20 are very much capital-driven processes. The Sherpas have a strong role. And sometimes the communication is very much centered between them, and the bilateral embassies have a hard time catching up. But the way the Indonesian presidency managed it made sure that the embassies could also play a useful role in explaining things to capitals. But since it's really a capital-driven progress, I think there was also a lot of interaction going on among the Sherpas. And also at the highest level, I know at some point there was a lot of phone diplomacy going on. So I think all these things were helpful. And of course, having President Jokowi participate in ELMO was also very much to be appreciated, that he came to join and to start this cooperation going. It was useful that this was a year in which Germany and Indonesia were celebrating their 70th anniversary of formal relations, as Professor Yayan pointed out. So that was an additional highlight in an interesting bilateral agenda this year as well. And of course, the tariffs. And in that sense, I would also assume that for the incoming presidency of Japan for the G7 and India for the G20, the fact that they have close cooperation and that they see eye to eye on certain geopolitical issues will help achieving good results. Because I think as far as the other issue is concerned, as Pak Mohammed Hadianto pointed out, in order for a G20 presidency to be successful, it is necessary to be inclusive and to make sure everybody is on board, nobody feels completely alienated and left out. Of course, I cannot speak for either of the two incoming presidencies, and I think we have representatives from both in the room, so maybe they can shed more light on this later. But personally, I am optimistic. As far as the role of the G20 and G7 in preventing unilateral dependencies is concerned, I think they can both play a useful role in their respective spheres. Both are informal, their decisions, their statements are non-binding, but they do create a kind of consensus. They can help creating a level playing field that makes it easier for all member states to have a more diversified trading and investment structure, because we have all seen that it's very important to be diversified in one's supply chains and not to put too much importance on any one source, on any one market. And I think this whole supply chain issue has also been very much discussed in both fora, and there has been a lot of alignment on what can be done to keep supply chains safer. As far as the host for the pandemic fund is concerned, I have also not been privy to the precise discussions on that. Just from a more or less common sense perspective, I would assume that maybe the World Bank, as the institution with the global reach, may be more attractive for those member states who are not from this part of the world as the implementing agency. Thank you.
Riatu, you want to some comments?
I think the other panelists already sum all of that, and I think the context of, for example, on the pandemic is also a pandemic fund in the implementing follow up and next, whether it is also involving regional or other type of the coordination. For example, under the T20, the World Bank and the WHO need to we recommend needs to be a stronger and close cooperation to actually managing that pandemic fund, for example, at that. And I think I also agree, given that this is in Asia, this is also in the interest of all countries in Asia. So the security and peaceful period, especially this for the next years, we have still dealing with many issues in terms of economics. Yeah.
Thank you, Riatu. Now I would like to open the second round of questions and answers. If there's any question, answer from the floor. Okay, Andy, and then second. If there's anyone from this side. Okay, one. Okay. So I would like to invite Andy first.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you for the presentation. My name is Andy Bayuni. I'm a journalist with the Jakarta Post. I have two questions, if I may. First one is about the geopolitics within the G20. I think Dr. Riatu mentioned that the G7 had made preparations before the G20, which makes it, and you mentioned a club within a club. I'm just concerned about the impact of having a club within a club, whether this became a divisive factor within G20. We saw this display earlier during the, I think in March, there was a discussion about demands from G7 leaders to disinvite President Putin. And our president, of course, refused because there's no mechanism on disinviting a member. But that is, I think, a display of how G7 is using its muscle within G20. Now, I'm just wondering whether this was the case throughout the negotiations with the Sherpa, that G7 was speaking with one voice, trying to influence the outcome, or did they come as individual members and have different views? My concern is going to the future. Is this going to be the case? We talk about aligning aspirations and expectations, but also there are also divisions and differences. So going forward, I think my concern would be, this is going to be the case, and then are we going to see G7 against the rest of G20, or G7 against Global South, for example, or G7 against China and Russia? That's my question. The second question is about the implementations of the deliverable programs. You mentioned more than 300 bilateral and multilateral programs and projects that were agreed during Indonesia's presidency. Now, there is no G20 Secretariat, so that means the implementations will be carried out by the Troika, the present, past, and future presidents. My question is, just going by the experience of previous chairs, meaning that Italy before and then Saudi Arabia before, how many of the programs that they agreed were implemented? So this would give us an indication of, for example, the 300 deliverable programs that we managed to reach during our presidency, how much of that 300 would be carried out? Thank you.
And second question.
Thank you. I'm Gracia Paramita from LSPR Jakarta. I've got 3 points. First is a statement and two questions. My first statement is regarding the role of engagement groups from the previous discussions. It's also important to highlight the new formal engagement group during the Indonesia's G20 presidency, which is the Supreme Audit Institutions. As the previous questions is also exposing how the commitment of the deliverable implementation should be accountable. So the role of this SI20 or Supreme Audit Institution is supporting the cliche problem of implementations and compliance in the G20 commitments. So these new engagement groups can be hand in hand and collaborate with other engagement groups, either in the G7 or G20, especially when we talk about the anti-corruption as well as the as one of the working groups in the G20. And then my first question is to Ambassador Ina Lepel. I'm wondering, in the G7, what do you think about the better coordination to have or to ensure that the collaboration between G7 and G20 are still continuously sustainable? Considering in the G20 has the Troika coordination, is it also applying in the G7, like making sure the communication and coordination between G7 Germany to Japan and also to the next G7 presidency, or is there any way of operational culture in the G7? And the second question is to Dr. Yayan. I'm quoting, or according to the G20 research group from the University of Toronto, there are 2 low compliance measurement in the G20, which are international cooperation and environment. And this is based on the latest reports that they've got, because they've done consistent compliance measurements since 2008 or 2009. My question is, a bit related to the previous question, as we've got so many initiatives of projects or bilateral deliverable concrete or implementations, how does the international cooperation within the G20 can be ensured, as we have seen the political dynamics and fragile G20 regarding to the geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine? Okay, we've got so many hundreds projects, but how can those will be delivered and continued to India, to Brazil, and also South Africa in the G20? Thank you.
Thank you. The third one here.
Thank you for taking my questions. My name is Victor from Jakarta. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia war, what is the main role of G7 and G20, since they can't stop the war outright, and are they perhaps benefiting from this war? What do you think of about this? And I ask about your opinion of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Ambassador Lepel, you want to respond to it?
Thank you. Well, as far as continuity between the various chairs in the G7 is concerned, I think for the G7, as a small informal format, it is not a problem that there is no secretariat, because the incoming and the outgoing chair do a very solid handover. And usually the people we have working in the Sherpa units have been following the issues for a long time, and they are all committed to making sure that every declaration, all the commitments of all the declarations will continue to be followed up. And it's not that every presidency just wants to do their thing and then leave, but there is a genuine interest in seeing that the processes are completed, because obviously most of the commitments, most of the programs that are agreed cannot be completed within the one presidency year. In order to be effective, one really has to plan long term. As far as the Secretariat for the G20 is concerned, or more continuity, my gut feeling would also be that this informality, the strong role of the presidency that takes over the tasks of a secretariat, are a strength. The individual presidencies have a big incentive to do a good job, to put strong capacities into those particular units, and to make sure that there is also a good follow-up. And my understanding is that there is very intensive consultation also between incoming and outgoing presidencies. Plus there, since it's a bigger group, it makes sense that there also be a troika. Coming back to following up, I think we had that before. Of course, the supreme auditing institutions might be somebody who could do that, but I'm not sure how this would work practically, because at least as far as the German supreme auditing institution is concerned, their role is very much with supervising the way German government spends money, but not so much with the way it implements international commitments in various formats. So if the mandate would have to be extended, then that would require a change in legislation. And I think that would go for a couple of other countries as well. So this might be something that would take a long time at least. Of course, neither the G7 nor the G20 can stop wars, but I would like to recall that the G7 adopted pretty strong sanctions against Russia pretty soon after the invasion of Ukraine. And of course, the nature of sanctions is not that fast in terms of being effective. But I think one can already say that these sanctions are raising the cost of the war for Russia. And I would like to stress at this occasion, because one frequently finds this misunderstanding, the G7 sanctions and also the EU sanctions do not concern food, because there is some propaganda saying that the sanctions are causing the food crisis. This is totally not true. Food is completely out of that. But I think especially the sanctions in the field of technology and also individual listings will be quite effective in raising the cost of the war, and thus hopefully in shortening it and leading to an early end of the fighting. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Pak Andy, and then Dr. Grace, and also Mas Victor for the questions. I feel like I'm having another Viva with a thesis called the G20 Indonesia Presidency. But Andy, I think, with a club within a club, as you mentioned, the G7 and the G20, I have to admit that the fragmentation was there. Right? The differences was there. But there's no beauty in a rainbow with all the same colors. Right? So we face that differences, and we managed to talk and merge the different views to a consensus. And I think, it's I cannot say on behalf of the G20 whether the G20 will be in the future is a forum that will against the G7 or the G7 against the Global South. But what I can say is that we pretty much tried to be as inclusive as possible. We recognize that the G7 had different views from the rest on the geopolitical issues. And we take that on board. And I think to balance that out, we also take on board the views from others, including from Russia, as you mentioned, that we, Indonesia, remained, firm in inviting Russia, because there's no such mechanism to disinvite them. And I think that kept the G20 alive. That kept the forum unites and in the end reaching a consensus. But there's always a dynamic in multilateral forum, as you know. And my sense would be we never know when the geopolitical situation, especially in the Ukraine, will end. The war in the Ukraine will end. But this will be again characterize the overall paintings of future international affairs during the India's presidency. And I think keeping the interest and the voice balance is the key. I'm sorry I cannot be more elaborative on that, but based on my observation, this is what I can share with you. And I second the opinion from Dr. Grace that suggested engagement groups do have a very pertinent role in supporting collaborations, because by nature they are not limited by the bureaucratic walls, right? and I think Supreme Audit Institution 20, and of course the Think 20, Business 20, and the Youth 20 are all have done an incredible job this year to support the presidencies and to promote collaborations within the G20 and between the G20 and other multilateral forum. And what's the role of the G20 to stop the war? Right. The G20 is not a UN. We cannot issue a G20 resolution. We are not the Security Council. Right? But what we did, and again, I have to emphasize this, what we did is to keep the G20 intact. And that is already, and I quote the international media on this, that is already a challenging job that Indonesia has delivered this year. Right. So we have to look at it from, it's not a G20 is not a panacea for every flu or every a global situation. Right. We've done our part and we've tried our best. And I think reaching a leaders declaration, which was initially unexpected, even until few days before the summit. If you Google it, right, there were skepticism about the 15 and 16 November, how those dates would look like in the end, right? But we did it. So what we did was keeping the forum intact, and by managing and by maintaining the unity of the forum, then we can talk about, what we can do to support or to propose or to promote solutions towards global issues. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. Right? And multilateral diplomacy, as you know it, I'm sure you are all more expert than me in this case. It requires time and process, but it has to start somewhere. And we decided to start during Indonesia's presidency. And with the, I think coming back to Pak Andy's question, implementation of programs, I wish to highlight that it was never in the history of the G20 that we had a concrete deliverables program by Andy. So this was the first. So we did not have, the precedents in the past, which is why this is very, very challenging. And I remember exactly, maybe colleagues from Kemlu can add to this. I remember exactly when we brought up the idea at first of, the G20 to set up concrete deliverables, the CONDEF mechanism. There were questions, skepticism on, even words saying that the G20 is not designed for this. But the situation today that we face, the global situation today that we face, is not the usual situation. So we have to take unusual steps. And I think this is an innovative steps taken by Indonesia. I don't know whether India will continue these steps and the next presidency will step, but we are surely hopeful that the concrete deliverables doesn't stop in Indonesia's presidency. There are so many potentials out there that can be tapped through the G20 mechanism, because this is the avenue where world leaders gather on a 2 days missions, and then, we can always find something out to make those visits meaningful to the people. I think seperti itu responnya. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Yayan. Ibu Riatu, you want to add something?
Yeah. But I think the context of G7 and G20, they're positive. Have a club within a club is actually for like the cooperations of, for example, on the climate, in terms of the commitment or the pandemic fund. It also I think one of the benefits, if there is like a commitment from the G7, it can actually make maybe faster or easier in terms of the concrete initiative as well. I think that's also the dynamic unbalancing between the geopolitics and the economics in this case. Yeah.
Thank you, Riatu. So we still have time a little bit for the third round before I give the floor for each panelist to give their final remarks. So I would like to invite again for the third round if there's any questions or comments to the panelists, or probably responding to some of the questions earlier about the geopolitics, if there's any, but especially from colleagues here who is coming from the country that will chair or will become the president of the G20 next year, or the G7. So if there's anyone I would like to invite, because we still have time. Yes, one from here. Is there any? Yeah, is there any more questions, comments from the floor? Okay, I invite the first.
Okay, so it's my
Yes.
pleasure to have the final question. So first of all, thank you very much to all of the panelists for their inspiring presentations. And I think as many in the room, I really learned a lot about G7 and G20 and possible alignments, but also about the different perspectives on the roles of G7 and G20. And my question goes to Yayan. You mentioned or you made the distinction between G7 and G20, G7 being the political forum and G20 the economic forum. And this is something that I have read and heard a lot during the Indonesian presidency and regarding all of the discussions around whether to exclude Russia and whether to deal more prominently with the political challenges, in fact, changing the original agenda of the Indonesian presidency. And so I really get the argument that the Indonesian presidency has put forward, that this is basically an economic forum and these kind of things should be kept to the sidelines. But I think that, of course, this G20 being an economic forum has very much been the rationale of for inventing or for setting up this G20 format in the first place. But looking at the realities today, I think you cannot really say that this is an economic forum. It is, if the members want it or not, it has become a political forum. And as we can see now with what Indonesia has accomplished, they have used the economic agenda to keep the forum together and to facilitate talks between the different governments and the different members of the G20, using this economic agenda, because otherwise probably there would have been difficulties to bring these countries together and to talk. But I would say that this maybe is one of the central challenges for G20, how to avoid going down the same road as the UN Security Council, because I mean it's basically the same powers that are sitting on both of these forums. So how can we accept the realities of G20 having become a political forum, but at the same time avoid being blocked by the same problems that the Security Council is facing. So I would very much appreciate your thoughts on that, and also maybe you have any ideas on how this could be accomplished. Thank you.
thank you, Pak Dennis. On that note, I think I may have to disagree with you that the G20 has not turned into a political forum. It remains an economic forum. What we discuss is events that can be, political or security in nature that has an impact towards the global economic growth. Because I think the initial mandate of the G20 when it was formed back in the 1990s was to resolve economic crisis. But then it evolves, right? It evolves, it grows, the issues discussed grew, and in I think in 2008 it became it was elevated into a leaders level, because the issues at that time was very much multidimensional, right? So, and then in Korea, if I'm not mistaken, but Yose might have a better record on this. In Korea, the G20 finally, set up the so-called vision to achieve SSBIG, strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. And to achieve that, of course, it can be affected. We have to take into account, other events like social events or political or security in nature. But if you look at the overall structure of the 52 paragraphs and 17 long pages of Leaders' Declaration this year, it's very much, driven by economic mindset or by a mindset to achieve that SSBIG. Whether or not we decided to put 1 or 2 or 3 paragraphs on geopolitical issues, I think it is to reflect the current condition, and we had to make statements on that. But generally speaking, I think the G20 is still an economic forum by and large and by mandates. And of course, as you rightly pointed out, the challenge is to avoid the G20 from becoming a miniature of UN Security Council, right? And in that case, I think it really, the leadership, the presidency, the president of the G20 significantly matter in this case, how they would approach the club within the club, as Pak Andy mentioned. And, it's not only the G7 that exists within the G20, but there's also a club of emerging economies, right? MS, emerging market economies, and there's also MICTA and many others. So this is very influential, and this is very significant on how to navigate the differences within, right? But keeping it as a economic forum, I think is in the DNA of the G20. So I guess that's the response that I can share, Dr. Dennis. Thank you. Over to sorry. I'm so used to become a moderator. Over to Dr. Lina.
Yeah, thank you, Yayan. Thank you so much. So if there are no other questions, comments from the floor, now I think we have come to the conclusion of the session, session 1 today. But before that, I would like to give the opportunity to each panelist to give the final remarks. If you want to add something to the discussion earlier on, I would like to start from Ibu Riatu probably. So around 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the final remark. Please, Ibu Riatu.
Thank you. I think the context of aligning aspiration G7 and G20, the step that already taken by Germany and with the Indonesia presidency under G20, I'm sure that before that is already the important things is open up the communications, and aligning priorities is also important within the two forum. And the context of actually utilize the engagement group, especially within the G20, given the given the context of the initiative and commitments need to also being addressed at the domestic policies to be effective. Thank you.
Okay, Riatu. Ambassador Lepel.
First of all, thank you once again for organizing this. I think this has been a very useful exchange to get the various perspectives. And I think one can really conclude that there is a lot of scope for aligning aspirations, although obviously G7 and G20 are also different formats. And it wouldn't make sense, as you said about the rainbow, to have a 100% congruence between the two. I think this phenomenon of having groups within groups, as you said, G7 is not the only one, is also a normal phenomenon in all groups bigger than, let's say, 10. And we see this in any organizations, and sometimes the formation of subgroups can actually make the consensus building easier, because then there is some harmonizing and alignment of positions and not 20, or I mean the G20 nowadays is actually more than 20 to bring together at the table. And I forgot one thing when we talked about supervision or monitoring of implementation. I would still think that civil society is best placed to do that. And there is at least one process that I know of that's going on. And I've actually been impressed with the attention of civil society in Indonesia. And that maybe also has been effective in everybody trying to make the case. It's not just the talking shop, the G20, but concrete results are agreed. And if everything works out well, there will be a tangible effect for all the people, not just in the member states, but hopefully also globally. And of course, one can have a fantastic academic discussion about which forum is political, which forum is economic. I think we also have to see that, especially this year, we have seen that political events can have very disruptive effects on economic and social trends in the world. And that's why it's maybe becoming more difficult to draw the line. And this will surely remain a challenge for incoming presidencies, whom I wish the best of luck.
Thank you, Ambassador Lepel. Last but not least, of course, Yayan. I know you have said a lot, but definitely you probably have some key takeaways.
Well, again, I would like to second what the ambassador has mentioned. Credits to KAS and CSIS for organizing this event. When Denis mentioned in his remarks that this will be, the hold on, let me just see and quote correctly here. This will be the greatest KAS and CSIS event. It's makes me nervous because it's a big task. But hopefully, what I and other panelists here shared to you guys have informed you about the dynamics between or within the G20 settings and the G7 settings. And secondly, I think building up communications since early on, regardless the levels of government officials it may be, technical levels, policy levels, is crucial to ensure that dialogue and openness are transpired within the presidencies, the future presidencies of the two forums. And with dialogues, with openness, we can build a mutual understanding. We may not agree on certain issues, but at least when we understand others' positions, when we have a dialogue, then we may be able to understand why they, propose certain priorities and the rationales of their policies. So I guess communications, dialogue, and last but not least is, of course, inclusiveness is very essential, is very important. the G7, the G20 more specifically. I guess, we wouldn't have been able to reach this stage if it were not because of an inclusive leadership by the president and with the support of other G20 members, including the G7 with the G20 club. So I guess that's the the final message before we break into lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yayan. So with that, we conclude the session 1. I would like not to draw. I would not draw any conclusion from the session. I would let you draw your own conclusion from the discussion on how to align aspirations between the G7 and G20. But definitely, I would like to rephrase what Yayan mentioned earlier. We cannot see any rainbow without different colors. So there are challenges arising from different aspirations, different characteristics, and different interests from the G7 and G20 countries. But there are certainly opportunities to work on those differences, especially on how to pursue deeper cooperation to deal with the global issues in years to come. And with that note, I would like to end our session this morning. And please join me to give a big applause to all the panelists that have generously shared their views with us this morning. Thank you so much. I would like to hand over to the MC.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Lina Alexandra. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that has been a very productive discussion to start the day. Please keep some of the questions because we will discuss more later. Specific for the second session, we'll talk about some of the more specific instruments between G7, G20, and then we'll talk also about I think, Pak Denis' question as well, whether G7 or G20 have that more political role beyond the economic forum that Pak Yayan was mentioning. So please keep on your thoughts, but for now, we must now recharge ourselves. Before resuming, we will now head for lunch break until 12:50 Jakarta time, before starting at 1 p.m. sharp for the second session. We're prepared just outside of the ballroom, a standing lunch served for you to enjoy. So we will reconvene in 1 hour, and I hope you have a good lunch. So thank you. See you later. We will begin the second session shortly. Please kindly reconvene back to your seats as we'll begin shortly. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And following the first session, which was a productive one, we will now head to the second session on aligning instruments, G7 and G20 solutions to global agenda, the economic, financial, health, and beyond. To chair session 2, I wish to warmly invite to the stage Mr. Rocky Intan, researcher at the Department of International Relations, CSIS Indonesia, to chair the session. Mr. Intan, the time is yours. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the second session of the 6th KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue, Aligning Aspirations and Expectations, the Future of G7 and G20 Relations. My name is Rocky Intan. I am pleased to be your moderator for the second session. For the second session, Aligning Instruments, G7 and G20 Solutions to Global Agenda, Economic, Financial, Health, and Beyond. G7 and G20 remain the premier forum in safeguarding global economic and financial stability. For G20 Indonesia, it was global health, digital transformations, and sustainable energy transition. For Germany's G7 presidency, this includes pandemic preparedness, global responses to climate change, and challenges to energy security. However, discussions on the types of instruments proposed as solutions have faced several issues. Developing countries have the agenda of advocating for equitable access to technology and financing necessary to reach the goals of global agendas, thereby pushing for commitments towards instruments like funding schemes or preventing the monopoly of global public goods. On the other hand, major industrialized countries have the plan for jumpstarting the monopoly, jumpstarting the transformative agenda, such as responses to climate change, to pushing initiatives that invoke application of higher and cleaner technology standards, including instruments like carbon border adjustment mechanism. This panel seeks to address the gaps in solutions championed by different countries and the gaps between different groups, G7 and G20, Paris Club and non-Paris Club, etc., amidst the global political polarization. We seek to compare notes in this panel on signs of progress, commitments, and harmonies made within G20 and G7 summits, the homework left to be done, and the models that we should follow. Our first speaker for the session is Dr. Puspa Delima Amri. May I invite Dr. Puspa Delima Amri to the floor? Dr. Puspa Delima Amri is an associate professor of economics at Sonoma State University and a research associate at Claremont University. Her research is in the fields of international finance, macroeconomics, and political economy. She is currently a visiting fellow at CSIS Indonesia, Indonesia International Islamic University, and Paul Gough Gajah Mada University. Dr. Puspa, you have 10 to 15 minutes. Please, sure, the floor is yours. For this, I also want to invite the second speaker, Mr. Nicolas Bouchot. Dr. Nicolas Bouchot is the advisor to the Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute in Tokyo, with a particular focus on the G20. He has been co-chairing the G20 T10 session, Infrastructure Investment and Financing Task Force since G20 Japan in 2019, and directed numerous policy briefs and related global seminars. He's a knowledge partner of the group of cities of both G20 and G7, U20 and U7. Our third speaker, Dr. Pajari Sambuaga, Vice Minister of Trade of Indonesia, unfortunately is coming late, but he will join us very soon. Now, before we begin, each speaker will have 10 to 15 minutes. Dr. Puspa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rocky. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to be here. I believe I have some slides. Again, a good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. And today I will be speaking about aligning G7 instruments and G7 and G20 solutions to the global agenda. Okay, so let me go ahead and begin. All right. I took this image when I first arrived back in Indonesia in August 2022, after 3 years of COVID-imposed absence, where I was stayed mostly in the US at the time. So I was greeted with much excitement about Indonesia hosting G20. And clearly, the more I stayed in Indonesia, the more I felt this feeling of an important task that is upon us, which is being the president of the G20 for that particular year. Clearly, Indonesia viewed her chairmanship of the G20 as an opportunity to raise our country's profile on the international stage. Rightfully so, in my view. After all, we are the 4th largest economy in the world, population-wise, 3rd largest democracy, and the 16th largest economy. And as the cover story of The Economist that some of you have seen recently, there's much more to us than just that. However, let's just say as a country with that much heft, the international world knows relatively less about us. Okay, so therefore the stakes were high, and I think Indonesia felt it. Next slide, please. Okay, similarly, in my view, the G20 Forum, despite being an informal organization with no permanent secretariat, is also often asked to do many great things, great expectations, if you will. It does declare itself to be the premier forum for global economic cooperation when it first began to be elevated at a leaders level, and it reaffirmed this again in the last leaders statement in Bali just a couple of weeks ago. It is also the only forum in the world where global economic issues are discussed by a group that collectively make up about 80 and 65% of world's economy and population, respectively. But G20 is also credited with success in early years. In particular, this quote from the Council of Foreign Relations might be a reminder to us that the raison d'etre of the G20 in the beginning was to create a forum where international financial issues could be discussed, and much of that, the measures that G20 took on afterwards focused on economic and financial issues because, after all,
when the economy of the world was faced with such an unprecedented crisis, solutions to solve this problem could not be dealt alone with only the group of countries that had been dominant at the time, which is G7. However, the G20 is also credited with helping achieve more wider institutionalized global commitments on a number of issues, particularly on climate-related issues. It has been argued by several international political economy scholars that the decision in the G20 meeting in 2009 in Pittsburgh to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, to reform fossil fuel, if you will, had been a catalyst for more important accords, such as the COP15 in Copenhagen at the time, I believe, where there was a large commitment made for the first time from developing countries to actually had set ambitious climate goals. So, next slide, please. But as the urgency as the global crisis wanes after 2010, and as key members of the G20, including EU, became preoccupied with the Eurozone crisis and its aftermath in the beginning of the 2010s, many became pessimistic that G20 would live up to its original intentions. And then, of course, this year, next slide, please, came 2022, which brought about its own set of unprecedented challenges. Some have dubbed this year and the actions that were taking place in Ukraine as the second Cold War. Some commentators have said that. But in addition, the next slide, please. In addition to a world where geopolitical tensions have escalated, if you will, 2022 was also an important era for important international events. There was also important leadership events, if you will, in 2022, including the unfortunate event of the Prime Minister of Japan's assassination. So G20 meetings, it's not just one summit, right? It's the series of meetings this year took place amidst difficult circumstances, to say the least. Okay. In this particular panel, as mentioned, next slide, please. In this particular panel, as mentioned by the our chair here, Rocky, this panel is about offering notes, conversations about, first, what are some of the constraints that we've felt this year, and what are the progresses made in just year's 220 summit? So today I'll be focusing primarily my remarks on the first question, which is, what are the particular economic constraints that we faced this year that affected the outcomes that we saw in the G20 meetings throughout the year, as well as what are some of the notable achievements that I think are worth highlighting. And then, of course, I'll also end some of my remarks with speculating a bit on going forward, what are the issues that are left over, as well as what are some of the modes of success in the implementation of G20. Despite G20 being an informal organization, it does have very structured, regularized, and systematic relationships with other international organizations. In fact, some would argue G20 operates by for lack of a better word, delegating by asking important international organizations with expertise to implement their task. So I'll speak more about a little bit also about that towards the end of my speech, but I'm focusing mostly on the constraints, as well as I'll offer some of my notes on the achievements made. Next slide, please. Okay, so many world problems continue in 2022, and I've listed them here as numerous. I think listing them here and going over them briefly is important so that we appreciate that despite all of that happen, not only did the G20 meetings occur, but beyond some expectation, it did produce a leader's statement, declaration at the end. Congratulations to Indonesia on being a gracious host and for employing its own diplomatic muscles, if you will. Okay, we of course need not mention more about the shadow of the war in Ukraine and the numerous challenges that has led, including how there were interruptions in the supply of grain exports to the world, its impact on energy prices, as well as the barrage of financial sanctions, if you will, back and forth between the parties that are at stake. That has definitely taken a toll on a world economy that is still reeling in from, second point, an uncertain and uneven economic recovery post-COVID-19. Whereas the world in 2020 had a negative growth, world output had a negative growth of about -4%, if I'm not mistaken. But in 2021, we did climb out of that at about 6% world economic output. But the surprises from the economic recovery does include high inflation, and it includes high inflation that have been particularly acute in countries that haven't been used to seeing inflation a long time, such as the United States, the European Central Bank, which has necessitated responses that will, claws back a little bit in some of the expansionary fiscal monetary effects that we're seeing in 2020. So on top of those two things, we see continued tensions between the US and China. This is a reminder that US and China have been going on a trade war, and it still continues so today, particularly as can be seen in the US administration's recent, I think, October policy announcement on the chips, the export bans on the chips. Moreover, China's economy is also growing still positively, but at a pace that is much lower than before. And I'm sure some of you have seen the developments that are unfolding just this past weekend in China, sort of unprecedented political unrest, if you will. I mean, as one of my professors, Mary Pangestu, like to mention, when the US and China are caught in a fight, all the rest of the world is kind of in limbo in between, right? So this does continue, I think, to have external constraints too. Other than that, there's also the problem of the debt crisis in many developing and low-income countries, as well as a continued the prospect of a recession ahead in 2023, because one of the main responses to taming inflation is for central banks in the world to tighten monetary policy, and that inevitably will be done through lowering credit and therefore lowering spending. And perhaps in some cases, particularly the UK and the US, that might affect the housing market. And so we could potentially, I'm trying to be careful in this, we could potentially see some probability of a recession in 2020. Okay, so these are the constraints, and can we say to the next slide, please? All right, but yeah, I mean, despite these questions, despite these issues, the G20 still took place. And I've been asked before a couple of weeks ago, and also in discussions with colleagues, to think about what is the progress of the G20 this year, right? What are its achievements? What can we claim were successful or not successful? I think this is not a necessarily straightforward question to answer, because first of all, what metric do we use to judge whether or not we've had success this year? Surely it has to be based on the expectations of the organization. What is the nature of the organization, and what can we expect realistically from the organization? I think what I've offered instead are some questions that I hope the panelists here maybe and the audience can also think about. Perhaps this is some ways in which we can try to scratch at the surface of this problem of how has G20 progressed or not progressed this year. In terms of the first one, has G20 produced meaningful outcomes this year given the constraints? I would argue that in large senses, yes. Not only did it continue to make the regular commitments it did to its core issues of economics, but more importantly, since you've probably heard before that this is the first time that Indonesia's chairmanship of the G20 follows a number of other developing countries sharing it. And I think it has successfully placed some of the agendas of the developing countries. Of course, we can also disagree about the extent of the success, but I think we've had some success in having those issues that are considered key to developing countries in there. In particular, there were a couple of key initiatives that did involve pledges. So if you look at the leaders' declaration, some of them will be, oh, we commit to, we support that. Some of them are more kind of like broader principles of international economic cooperation. Some of them involve specific pledges and commitments of numbers. And I think those can be seen as a lighthouse deliverable, if you will. But the second question is, related to a point I made earlier, which is perhaps one of the powers of the G20 or one of the noted success of the G20 is it's been able to leverage its informal power as a catalyst to elevate important international issues, right? So in this case, in this sense, in the past, we have been able to do so with the climate commitments. So I think in that sense it has, but there are also a number of pressing international issues right now that deserve to also be elevated to transnational issues. Perhaps this is coming from, and I'll offer you one of those things that I think are important. And this also ties to one of the key priorities that Indonesia has set this year, which is on digital transformation. I've been very worried in looking at developments in several countries that I follow closely, including in the United States, in this country. There has been a lot of financial changes in the world involving technology. And I'm talking about the emergence of complicated crypto assets that are being offered to the people, being promoted through influencers by influencers who don't necessarily know what the product that's being offered. And I'm also seeing a very disjointed or frayed international responses to what should be done. Finance is a complicated issue between borrowers and lenders. There's always going to be more, the borrowers are going to know more about what the products that they're offering than the lender. In that sense, many people that anecdotally that I've read and talked about, not necessarily people with no education, highly educated people, have lost a lot of money thinking that these new shiny objects of financial assets are different from banks. They're going to be, they're promised more inclusivity. They promise to be revolutionary, but in the end, they also function like banks. They transfer funds from one saver to the borrower, and the risk, there's always risk involved in it, and that's not always known. Sure, the G20 declaration this year did include a delegation of to the Financial Stability Board to continue studying crypto assets. But I think given what's going on and given the imploding of several instances of failures of crypto companies that do this intermediary function, I think more needs to be done then. Another question would be, has G20 remained committed to its core issues of economic and finance and address the emerging challenges in this era? Again, these are also addressed in the leaders' declaration, but I would probably say that in terms of the core issues of economic and finance, G20 leaders' declaration are kind of more like everything that we've discussed in the past. It's there, but we have to be careful in the wording. Does it actually contain some sort of endorsement or follow-up action to other organizations to do it? So it has remained core. I think it has remained committed to its core issues, but it would be good if we could also pay a little bit more closer challenges. Okay, how am I doing on timing, Rookie? Five more minutes. Okay, thank you. The last question that I thought about in terms of whether or not G20 has been progressing at a good pace is whether it has continued to support its key global initiative. Again, if you look at the leaders' declaration, which I have done very briefly a few days ago, there does seem to be, I think, what I want to share is that the newspaper media, the media, TV and newspaper has been pretty good at discussing the highlighted initiatives. But I think there's also a number of newer initiatives that need to be highlighted a little bit more, and also continuance of support to some of its key initiatives in the past. For example, back in 2011, G20 created AMIS, which is an early warning tool to enhance digital innovation in agricultural and food systems. So this is important for the issue of food security. So in that sense, there's also been a couple of important items in that. There have been also some important developments in this area that could be paid attention to, in addition to the highlight variables such as the commitment to pledge money for a pandemic fund disaster relief, as well as the energy transition. Next slide, please. All right. So again, as I mentioned earlier, I've looked at the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration as a way to sort of think about whether or not we've had meaningful progress this year. In terms of general thoughts, I looked at the 56 articles or 50 or so articles in there, and I did a little exercise in terms of which are the ones that contain specific statements about international organizations, and which are the ones that that contain more broad commitments. I would say it's about 50-50. So in line with past research, there have been generally the declaration this year, despite of what's going on, the pattern sort of fits previous analysis of scholars who have looked at G20 summit statements, which is about half of them contain wording about delegating a certain international organization to take up an issue or endorsing a particular report. That suggests to me that it comes to someone to read this declaration to appreciate the importance of organizations, international organizations such as that, in terms of giving credibility for G20 and also vice versa. For example, the pandemic fund that I mentioned earlier, and is also one of the key deliverables, is going to be managed by the World Bank. And I think some commentators have expressed that this is a good development. In terms of, again, what are some of the key questions to ask here? I was trying to look around for articles that contain specific actions of commitment or generic broader statements. I think for the most part, the ones that contain specific action or commitments are not as dominant as the rest. But something to also think about is when the G20 does involve or ask the help for international organizations, does its statement reflect a government action or endorsement? That's also something to think about. Okay, and for my last slide for this afternoon, there are a number of other issues that I haven't taken up on, and so therefore, let me just mention them briefly before Rocky takes away my microphone. I think in terms of G20 modalities, again, these are things that I'm just speculating on. I would like to congratulate also the role of the strong engagement groups of the G20. And here, CSIS has been a host of the T20, which rotates every year. And that's important not only for providing an avenue to be a bank of ideas for G20, but also to ensure continuity with the next host of the G20. And there have been other more informal work engagement groups as well that have been, I think, influential in this year's G20. The chair's power in setting the agenda is something to be highlighted. And so therefore, I think what Indonesia conducted this year could serve as a model for other developing countries. And even though in terms of energy transition, there was a pledge to retire coal early for Indonesia, if this is successful, it might also be a model for how energy transitions also take place for other similar countries like Indonesia. Lastly, in terms of what are the leftover homework for the G20 members, there's a few of them that I've put here, but in the interest of time, let me just pick the first one. I think for G20 to achieve the strongest impact globally, each individual country must do its part and follow up with domestic policy. But of course, we all know this isn't easy. Of course, there's always the political constituents that have to be considered whenever international economic action is being put on the table. Just take the point of energy transition and the early retirement of coal. We need to also reconsider how there might be some challenges and issues coming from a country that still provides the vast majority of its power from coal. Okay, and with that, I will close my remarks for today. I look forward to having more discussions with you this afternoon. I return the floor back to Rocky. Thank you, Rocky.
Thank you, Dr. Puspa, for that presentation. Next, may I invite Dr. Nicola Busho to present your remarks for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Dr. Busho, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here for this 6th KAS-CSIS dialogue. This year is a bit specific. It was mentioned this morning, 70th anniversary of German and Indonesia diplomatic relationships. It's also quite unique because the G20 Indonesia took place in a context that we all know, and I will not repeat that. It's also a bit specific because for me, as being of a French national, right, sharing the floor of this session highlights the kind of ongoing existing levels of cooperation. I'm a fellow of the Global Solutions Initiative in Berlin and of a Paris-based think tank dealing with investments in infrastructure, right? And I've been co-chairing the T20 task force on infrastructure investments in the last few years. I was very much involved in the T7 Germany this year, which was led and initiated by the German Development Institute, IDOS, and I congratulate my colleague Axel Berger here and the Global Solutions Initiative. So it's an ensemble, right, of factors, and somehow in the context of the G20, and especially because the discussion this afternoon is to focus on some specific areas, not just in the G20, but G20, G7, right? This requires constantly a kind of very unusual intellectual discipline, which is you need to understand what the G20 is about, right? But that is just the few hundreds of meters of the journey, which is far longer. You need to be a bit familiar with what the G7 is, right? And then you need to be able always to think about, okay, these are forums, right? It was mentioned this morning. These are forums. But then there is the sort of overall macroeconomic and geopolitical situations. So then there are other forums, and there are institutions. We are not talking about institutions. So what is their role, right? And constantly you have to adapt, as if we were making photography, the focal, right? To understand exactly what we are talking about. Then when you look a little bit more in details, the engagement groups, right? So we are like hyper familiar with this wording T, B, D, C, Y, W, 20 or 7. But I see our colleague journalist from the Jakarta Post here. I don't know for the press and the media how interesting it is to get a deep understanding of how the subtleties, you know, between these engagement groups and how they play together and how they might influence in the end the final communique, etc. I don't think this is the most interesting point. But then this is not over, because now we tend to have a structure in the G7 that a little bit mirrors that of the G20. This is not new, but in just the past couple of years, or even this year, right? The structure and organization of the engagement groups, talking about those in the G7, tends to be very much alike that of in the G20. And of course, this raises questions about whether this would be overlapping or there would be some complementarity, etc. We can get back to that a little bit later on. Interestingly, I think there was in a number of Western countries a complete misreading of the G20 Indonesia, and not a complete, and I would not talk up for Germany, but there was in general an underestimation of the meaning of the G20 Indonesia, both in terms of leadership, but also in terms of what it meant in terms of organization. And if you look back in the preparation of the G20 in Indonesia in the end of the last year, right? You can see that the first discussions about setting up the agenda of the finance track, setting up the agenda of the Sherpa track, and many of the deliverables that were discussed this morning were already there somehow, right, as priorities and so on, even before January 2022, and the level of commitment, the level of organization, the kind of fine-tuning within the administration, within the Sherpa track, within the G20 presidency, and within the finance track have been there for a while. And this year, this has been unfolded according to initial mappings, but of course, then including the disruptions that we all know in international relations and in a number of critical macroeconomic factors. Then, of course, how to adapt has been part also of the exercise. Meanwhile, in the G7, right, the G7 Germany has also started in a specific context that is a change of government, and then how to set up the priorities. And then when this thing went out in the beginning of the year, then the war broke out in Europe. And of course, this also had to be adapted. And sometimes it's honestly difficult to say, oh yes, let's focus on that specific deliverables or that paragraph, because we are getting a bit overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of how do you produce meaningful policies at regional and global level, while sometimes things look like they are crumbling a bit everywhere. And I will get back just in a second into one aspect of what you asked for this afternoon discussion about precise areas of cooperation. But just before that, it was very striking when there was the G20 summit in Bali during the night of 15th and 16th, after the wonderful gala dinner that was hosted by the president of Indonesia. Then a missile fell out from the Ukraine territory into Poland, right? And then most of the discussions in the morning of the 16th were completely disrupted because there was the Polish government asking for Article 4 and Article 5 of NATO to be possibly implemented. And there was a kind of peak of diplomatic activity in Bali, in contact with Europe, etc., about the exact destination or origin of the missile, etc. And then this was tamed down. And I don't know, but maybe in a few years, when we will get more precise information, if this, when we will look back, this might look like at a micro, super intense Cuba missile crisis. And we will understand better whether we would have avoided a World War II breakout. So in this aspect, the G20 was very efficient. And similarly, the APEC summit, a few days later, there was a ballistic missile shot by North Korea in the direction of Japan. And there was again a surge of diplomatic activities. And a few days before the G20 summit during the ASEAN, there was no missile shot, at least there were, but not in this kind of context. And there was also another peak of diplomatic activity. And during the G7, there was another peak of diplomatic activity when the German Chancellor convened the representative of the African Union, the president of the G20, and a couple of other countries, India, especially to join in. But then if you look at both the ELMO communique of the G7 on the one hand and the Bali communique, interestingly, if I'm not mistaken, there are a number of specialists in the room, but if you look at the G20, at the G7 communique, there are about 10 mentions of the G20, right? We can look sustainable finance, inclusive framework, joint finance health task force, and so on. So relatively precise working groups or working parties or initiatives. Whereas in the G20 Bali declaration, there is no mention specifically of the G7, right? So interestingly, about the subtle and complex, but interesting and probably much needed links between both spheres of policymaking. Now, if you look a little bit more in detail, I would just like to take the example of infrastructure investments because it's a wide topic. It's been there for a while. In the G20, it's been widely researched, and it connects with energy systems, somehow with climate, but also with another aspect, which is a little bit less brought up. And I will, in a minute, finish with that. That is, neither in the G7 or in the G20 in the past couple of years, I think, investments in social infrastructure, in the conditions of social progress, right, were sufficiently looked at. And sometimes the internal bureaucracy of the different working groups and the complexity of just what exists and seems to have to be needed to be managed has a little bit overshadowed the fact that after the 2008 global financial crisis, choices have been made, especially through the G20, seconded or also initiated by G7 member countries about how to recover, how to secure the global financial system, but also at the expense of investments in social care, social infrastructure, social services, and so on. The pandemic, the responses to the pandemic should make very clear, that this is not being forgotten on the way. About infrastructure systems, in the T7, right, this year, we have conducted one policy research on echoing that of the proposal of the Climate Club that was introduced by Germany. And we try to understand, what if we create a G7, G20 infrastructure club? Right? Then I will not get into the specifics, but we looked at somehow existing roadmaps in the G20, the working groups, the different initiatives, the role of the infrastructure working group, but other arenas. Right? I'm talking here G20. But we looked also at what happened in the T20, in the B20, that is the group of businesses and other engagement groups. Then we looked again in the G7, right, about the consistency of the partnership for global infrastructure investment that was coined out and announced this year by the G7 Germany, about what was mentioned a year earlier during the UK presidency, this Build Back Better World sort of announcement, and try to figure out how a common space between G7 and G20 could be achieved. And the answer, I don't want to disappoint everyone because there is still one afternoon and one morning about this seminar, but the answer was, it's not easy, right? So even if you work with sort of critical specialists who know about these context, but also know about, let's say, infrastructure investments and related spheres of negotiations, the role of the international financial institutions, the role of the multilateral development banks, etc., plus the issues of underinvestments by local governments in the past decades, mostly after the global financial crisis of 2008, etc. All those factors combined, finding a rationale about G7, G20 areas of cooperation on a specific topic like this one, and trying to, let's say, establish potentially a place for an infrastructure club echoing that of the climate club proved difficult. So probably the conclusion is that when it comes to implementing solutions, policy solutions that are across the G7 and the G20, it requires a very fine-grained approach, a very fine-tuning, but also a kind of high-level common understanding of where the mutual benefits would be. In any case, I would insist that the space of cooperation between the G7 space, G20 space is absolutely critical. And that engagement groups, I would say maybe starting with the think tanks, have an extremely important role to play. Just to finish with, when there was the last summit of the Global Solutions Initiative in March in Berlin, we were visited by the Vice Minister of the Economy and a substantial delegation from the Minister of Finance of Indonesia, plus representatives of most of the T20 task forces. And we managed to organize a closed door discussion, T7, T20. And when there was the T20 summit back in Bali and afterwards, we heard this morning Yose Rizal and Professor Bambang Bojonegoro also, who was the lead co-chair of the T20 in Indonesia. And I know Riatu, our colleague Riatu from LPEM, was also very supportive, saying that we should formalize a little bit more this T7, T20 space of discussion so that we can have exchanges on food and agriculture, exchanges on digitalization, exchanges of on the different topics, and provide governments also with a much clearer roadmap of what the benefits would be. I would say issue per issue, program per program, initiative per initiative, about enhancing or further innovating into policy making. If you allow me, just in 30 seconds, this discussion is not just for the sake of it, and in the context of the preparation of the G7 Japan, right? Whereas we do not know yet what will be the main orientations or the main motto of the G7 Japan, we have already started well with the T7, especially in continuation with the T7 Germany, with 4 task forces, one about development, one about sustainability, one about digitalization and science, one about peace and multilateralism. We have a framework that is about addressing crises, reigniting sustainable development, and bridging G7 and G20. Din Sonobe will mention that further tomorrow, so I will not extend myself on those topics here. But then also we have immediately started, even though we do not know exactly the articulation of the task forces of the T20 India, and we know also that in India a number of think tanks that might not be leading the T20 will also play a prominent role in the G20 India. We have our colleague from Gateway House here, and a number of think tanks will be working with ministerial working groups, working with ministries, working with the G7, G20 presidency. So this level of understanding, building understanding, early stage exchanges, right, is invisible. It's not very interesting neither for citizens, maybe not so much for governors, but is essential so as to get a common sense of the playing field and anticipate a little bit of what might be conceivable, what might be achieved or not in then the context of the G7 on some aspects, in the context of the G20 on some other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Busho. Thank you to all our panelists for their presentations. Before I open the session for a Q&A session, I would like to invoke my right as a moderator to briefly go to you to ask questions. Before that, allow me to go on a limb and overgeneralize in the sense that G7 tends to have instruments that are exclusionary by nature, while G20 tends to have instruments that are more inclusive by nature. This is obviously an overgeneralization. But for the first question, I would like to go to Dr. Puspa in the question regarding the G20 core mission, which is finance and macroeconomics. We have, obviously we have seen the elephant in the room in this year for G20 is the war in Ukraine. But another elephant in the room is obviously China. And when it comes to the business of multi-finance debt, especially the developing countries in Asia and Africa, China is the recent big player, is a rising big player. And as we have obviously noted in the past session, there's a problem of debt overhang, especially among developing countries. Developing countries often borrowed in US dollars or in euros, and now with the liquidity tightening, they're no longer able to service those debts. G20 had had an instrument to actually fix this problem, but it was not widely used at Dr. Pusma. And why do you think that is? The instrument is called the SSI, Debt Service Suspension Initiative. And I also would like to ask for your comment on what do you think of, because China is a part of the Paris Club, and usually, traditionally, the problem of debt suspension is dealt with under the Paris Club. So with the rise of China, the underutilization of the SSI, and the differences of approaches among Paris Club and non-Paris Club members, how do you assess the situation, Dr. Puspa? This for Dr. Puspa. And over to Dr. Bouchot. As I mentioned earlier, my question for you is more of an emerging issue for the G7 and G20, which is climate. We see, for example, as Dr. Puspa mentioned, a lot of developing countries champion for a more inclusive approaches on the issue of climate change and energy transition. Exemplified, for example, that Dr. Puspa alluded to on the retirement of coal power plants in Indonesia, sponsored by the US and Japan, I think. And while on the other hand, some members of G7 tend to advocate for a more blunt and exclusive approaches, such as, for example, CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, where, for example, the EU would like to tax higher import tax for goods that are deemed to be produced with a much higher carbon intensity. And what do you think are the roles for G7 and G20 respectively in bridging those differences, and how have this series of meetings this year actually helped that? So first, Dr. Puspa.
Thank you, Rocky. Difficult questions, if I may, and I'll offer some thoughts to your questions, but noting up front that I'm not a China expert, not a China expert in the sense. The issue that you raised is touching on two things. One, the extent to which China would like to play in these multilateral forums. And second, China's own separate policy, if you will, foreign policy of it's been going on for at least a decade now. It has its own way of economic diplomacy has been to extend infrastructure lending to a number of developing and low-income countries that would otherwise be difficult, who otherwise faces difficulty in raising money in the private financial markets. But your question is, I think, why was the DSSI initiative, which was announced in Rome, why does it not have a high uptake? I believe that still, I think one of the key initiatives here is that even though many LICs had participated in the debt service suspension initiative, up until April 2022, there was only 3 countries. And I think G20 this year meeting recognized that. And so it still did include an article in the leaders' declaration about this, but it has a more temperate temperature, if you will. Like, oh, we continue to support it. But I think what's needed more is actually the nitty-gritty part of what could make this more attractive to both parties, the borrower and the lender. Because when it comes to debt forgiveness and debt suspension, this is not an easy issue. I mean, anyone who's looked at the Latin America development experience in the 80s realized that this takes a long time. First of all, if a country's debt is forgiven, who bears the cost, and at what price do we give the discount to the debt itself? There's a lot of, I'm not an expert, neither an expert on China nor an expert on the particular initiatives. However, my experience studying financial crisis suggests that these kinds of issues of debt forgiveness involves a host of complicated, not just economic and financial issues, but also legal issues in terms of compensation for the borrowers and the lenders. But I think this is also a core issue of the IMF. And if the G20 is going to be true to its mission, to its original mission of, I believe in the beginning, there was a lot of hope that G20 might help reform the international financial architecture to make it more inclusive, if you will, and serving the interests of not just a few of its key veto powers. It needs to stick to, or at least to continue to delegate IMF and other relevant parties to do this, but it's never an easy issue when it comes to debt forgiveness. About the role of, you would think, right, most of the debt is in China, but again, noting that I'm not a China expert, I have heard that China's interest in G20 is not quite the same as the interest of other emerging market economies in here. I believe there's a few experts, international foreign policy experts, who've speculated that China's not as eager to use these kinds of forums to advance its key economic interests. So that might be a particular factor there. In fact, also, if I'm not mistaken, in the G20 communique this year, there was a statement condemning, most members condemn the war, and there was also an explicit statement in that same paragraph realizing that the war in Ukraine, while a security issue, has spilled over to economic issues in terms of supply chain and inflation. But I also read that this wasn't something that China was willing to agree on at first. So those are things that we just read from those statements.
Yes, thank you. Maybe just to add a point on this China issue. The interesting thing is when you start to connect discussions in the G20 with other arenas. G20 I think it's a mistake to think it's a kind of standalone. Right? We all have this image of the leaders meeting, right? True. And generally that is with what people will retain. Even though in social media, this will be even narrower, I think. Someone was telling me yesterday that in Indonesia, there was a lot of focus on the outfit of the wife of the president of South Korea, right? And this is what a number of people will retain from the G20, and the rest, right? The dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings and working groups, convenings, either hybrid or online or physical in Bali, in Jakarta, and other cities, is generally quite ignored, right? But this is where a number of factors of success or failure also emerge, not in the 36 hours where there will be the leaders' declaration, even if we have seen also that the convening of leaders can also help address on the spot a number of critical issues. But we are in the context here of Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and preparation of the ASEAN chairmanship of Indonesia, whereby a number of decisions and orientations and mechanisms that were sort of coined out during the G20 this year. I'm thinking, for example, about the energy transition mechanism. I'm thinking here about the call for multinational development banks to be more daring in supporting de-risking investments, right? Will be implemented at a regional level through trade agreements and through other decisions. It's a little bit the same, even though in the context of the European Union, the integration is even larger among member states, right? And here you can see that there is a series of mechanisms that are taking place about how to implement decisions. And in the context of ASEAN, there is another format, for example, ASEAN +3, which involves China also, right? In the context of infrastructure investments, there is here the Asian Development Bank, but also the World Bank and others. And there is the recently created Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which China has been supporting a lot. And we can see that there are linkages, both geopolitical, but also economic, between Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, then the Indo-Pacific area, and etc. So I think we need to look a little bit more in detail before falling out into the big discussions, the West, China, etc., and understand also how negotiations are being held, how they are being built, with whom, etc. In this regard, the interest of the discussion that takes place here, and I'm very grateful that you have decided to have the time for discussions, right? Long sessions like this one, is also to get an understanding of what might happen, what might take place next year, while India will chair the G20, because now we are talking about G2, like the US and China. And India says we need to talk about G3, right? The US and China and India. So we can play with the numbers and with the letters for the whole afternoon. But it is obvious also that the regional context for India is not the same as with Indonesia, right? So this blend of local regional conditions and the global talks is very interesting. Regarding the last point you were raising about the climate talks, I remember when we had the T20 summit in Bali, we had discussions with Yose here and with Professor Bang Bang and others about, whereas we could organize a kind of a joint press conference or issue a joint press release, T20 and IPCC Secretariat, right? This was about 2 months before, 1.5 months before the launch of the COP27 in Egypt. And also there was interest, it was a bit too complicated to organize. But what we can also see is that, and our colleagues from ISPI were recalling, I think quite rightfully, that last year, during the G20 presidency of Italy, when the preparation of the Glasgow COP26 was a bit complicated because of the COVID and postponements and so on, the G20, because Italy was co-chairing the COP26 with the UK, also served as a kind of places of pre-negotiation, or I would say it's an incubation of the COP26 before the COP26. And especially regarding issues such as sustainable finance, especially regarding the creation of the JETP, or Just Economic Transition Partnerships, right, which was announced in the context of the COP26 and very much supported, if not initiated fully, by the G7, right? Here you can see again this convergence. It is difficult to estimate, but probably without the G20 playing this important role of supporting some key aspects of the COP26, critical financial agenda in the COP26, the outcomes would have been limited. And this year, there was no such kind of organization or preparation. It was not the same, the same context. And we can see there was a striking difference. The last point I would like to add regarding these questions of just economic transition partnerships, or as Indonesia has put it forward a little bit differently, energy transition mechanism with the country platform. Having been an observer, right, of the process since the spring and the soft launch of the energy transition mechanism country platform during the finance track meeting in Bali in July, and the relaunch of this ETM again in Bali, but 10 days ago, I think here the G20 was used in a very smart and full manner by Indonesia to convene all parties around the same table to promote a country leadership for sure, but also to address one issue which seems otherwise humongous, that is how to phase out coal in a country that both produces coal but also heavily relies on coal for providing daily needs of energy. And how do you do that? By gathering not 1.5 billion as for the other important financial mechanism about health, but over 20 billion, and ensure that sort of everyone around the table is happy, and that France and Germany and MDBs and others, including philanthropies and foundations through the blended finance mechanism, say, yes, we can do it and we can move forward. And in July, there was the Indian Minister of Finance and the South African Minister of Finance South African Minister of Finance saying that it was not easy as a single country to negotiate with the G7 counterparts, but within the G20 context was a little bit different. And this was also a learning process between India, South Africa, Indonesia, and so on. And in November, when this was initiated, there were other countries around the table, including the United States and Janet Yellen. And this is exactly how you make things happen. Yeah, you just don't follow the existing rules, but you make the best use of a convening space and to build out innovative policies. Even in the difficult conditions of now, this was achieved. It's very likely that a significant part of that will be implemented as it was decided. So that's a very encouraging sign.
Thank you very much, Dr. Busho and Dr. Puspa. Thank you for your comments. I would like to now open the conversation to all the participants who are in the room with us. To pose a question, please kindly raise your hand. I shall call on people in the order I see them, and our team will direct you to the microphone. I see one over here, I see two over here, and if I see none, I will, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please speak directly to the microphone. State your name, affiliation. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for organizing this event, Fascinating Reflections. My name is Malte Lellman, I'm with GIZ. I have the pleasure to be seconded to Bapenas this year, who steers the development working group under the G20, the DWG, a working group that encompasses a lot of sectors. Obviously, it has a very strong SDG driven focus, so encompassing a lot of different sectors. I have a question to Nicholas. You talked about the complexity of infrastructure partnerships. You named many of them, and one of them, for me at least, one of the main outcomes of this year's G20 is really the launch of the JETP with Indonesia, the Just Energy Transition Partnership. I was interested if you could reflect upon a little bit more how you expect it to be unfold, given it is a G7 initiative now set up with Indonesia. So from this complexity perspective, what's your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question, the lady over here. Yeah, the lady over here. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the time. My name is Putri Samudra. I'm from the University of Pajajaran. So these questions have been floating inside of my mind lately. I'm going to ask about BRICS, BRICS, and the future of G7 and G20 relations. Knowing that BRICS, is a emerging powerful economic association. So do the BRICS represent a tangible economic threat to surpass the G7 or G20? I just want to know how it could be possibly to be like a threat of them, because seeing that Russia is also the member of it, and then we have China, and meanwhile they're also the part of G20. And meanwhile, further, I don't know, is it possible? Do you see the possibility with this that the G20 will be a big threat to G7 in the future of the G7? I mean, because of BRICS. If so, how to prevent this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and affiliation?
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. I would have two questions. Professor Amri, you referred to the agenda setting of Indonesia, but also the other the following presidencies of India, of Brazil, perhaps South Africa, on development. I would be interested in what are the specifics you are thinking here about. What is this development agenda you envisage or you observe? And Nicola, when reading the G7 and G20 communiques, again, I had the same impression. There are a number of references to the G20 in the G7 communique. So you could describe the G7, at least in part, as an organization supporting the implementation of G20 commitments. Yeah, but the other way around, what's the role of the G7 for the G20? That's I would like to invite you to reflect a little bit more on that. Is it like a caucus, to happens earlier, perhaps a space to prepare some of the consensuses that should be reached in the G20, but then perhaps we should not only focus on the G7. I think that's also a point you're making, but there are also other formats like the BRICS, like the IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa, also in a very interesting format. So yeah, what's the relationship between the G7 and G20?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now I see that our third speaker has already arrived. May I invite Dr. Jel Sambuaga to the floor? Dr. Jel Sambuaga is the Vice Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia in the Kabinet Indonesia Maju. Prior to becoming Vice Minister, Dr. Jel Sambuaga has served as a Member of Parliament Commission 1. He has also served as lecturers in various universities, in international relations and government at Universitas Pelita Harapan, Universitas Batulangi, and London School of Public Relations, Universitas Pertamina, and Universitas Paramadina, and lastly, Universitas Indonesia. Pak Jerry, you have 10 to 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat dan semangat untuk kita semua. Thank you for having me here, Rocky, CSIS, and of course all the participants here, Pak Nicholas, Pak Ibu Samri, dan juga Pak Denis, dan ada tadi Pak Yose. I think I should be giving my presentation in English. And I think I have slides here, so I can probably elaborate and go over some of the slides since we have limited time, Rocky. So again, it's an honor to be here. Sorry for the delay. I had to meet my minister this morning. And then, we have just witnessed the Gempa, the earthquake victims in Cianjur. I was there just now, and then giving a lot of assistance, and I hope it will recover quite well. So again, sorry for the delay, and I hope my presentation will give some insights, and I know there will be question and answers, and I'm really happy to have all of us here participating in this session. So I've been informed that the topic or the theme that we are discussing now is about G20. We just finished the event. We held the event very successfully, and I'm proud to say that Indonesia is seen as not only successful, but prominent and crucial in delivering the event and delivering the outcomes. I was there in G20 in Bali, and after that I came to Bangkok for the APEC summit, right? And then all leaders, I can assure you that all leaders in Bangkok, they were praising Indonesia's initiative and Indonesia's efforts in making G20 event possible and fruitful. So that's why it is important for us, for all of us, to know that the G20 that we just witnessed and we just held was quite tremendous in asserting, reiterating, and delivering outcomes and results. So I think I would go over, please maybe go to the next slide. Okay. Yeah. Maybe next slide again. This one. So I think all of you already know that the history, yeah, a little bit of background of G20 and not only G20, but its development and also its membership and how G20 has played a role as a forum. Yeah. So please bear in mind that G20 is actually a forum that is quite possible for all members to deliver or to express their intentions in terms of pointing out or highlighting global issues. Yeah. And we all agree here that global issues cannot, yeah, or should not, yeah, be addressed individually. So that's why it needs a special forum. It is a special entity, yeah, so that the international or the global community can basically collaborate together. So that's why the key here is collaboration. The key here is cooperation. The key here is how collectivity can take into places, yeah? How collectivity can be seen as a measure, as an instrument, yeah, so that member countries, all of the participants, yeah, in the global community could actually do something concrete. And I think seeing from the history, seeing from the historical background and the process that it developed, yeah, so far we can be sure that G20 role in addressing global challenges is quite significant. And it is not only perceived by the G20 members, but also by G7. Yeah, I think some of you, maybe the previous speakers, or maybe some of you already discussed about this, the relevance of G7 and how it connects to G20 consensus. Yeah, but please, we must remember that part of the G20 also part of G7. This is something that we must remember. And in this opportunity, last opportunity that we held G20 event in Bali, the challenges and also the outcomes are quite considered also by the G7 member states. And this is something that we must remember also. So that's why 52nd paragraph, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Rock, were the result out of the G20 meetings. And you know what? Do you know how many meetings during the G20 presidency of Indonesia? Anyone know in this room? Probably. No. We have 422 meetings the whole year. So for some of you who don't know it yet, yeah, maybe some of the netizens, they know we just had 2 meetings, yeah, in Bali. No, it's not true. 422 meetings the whole year. 1 year equals to what? 360 days, yeah, you are not mistaken, yeah. So we have more than 1 year. 422 meetings. Yeah, it started in early January 2022. It involved more than 20 cities all over Indonesia. It involves many stakeholders, yeah, many sectors, including campus, including universities, yeah, including think tanks like CSIS and so on. So it actually creates the opportunity and it actually creates a very good brainstorming among all stakeholders so that involvement was there. So it is a very concrete proof that, again, collectivity and collaboration were prerequisites and were mandatory. Next slide, please. So we're talking about initiative, yeah, in addressing global challenges. Yeah, as you know, there are 6 main pillars. Yeah, global crisis, financial sector, trade, infrastructure, and then taxation, and of course the partnership between all the members. And we are, I think it is fair to say that this initiative, yeah, particularly dominantly made by Indonesia as a leading country, as a presidency of G20 in this G20 forum, and a lot of outcomes and results were actually followed not only by G20 members but also non-G20 members. When I was in Bangkok for the APEC summit, you know, the first 2 days, yeah, they did not come into an agreement. Can you imagine this, Rocky? They did not come into an agreement. 2 days, the first 2 days, our president, Pak Joko Widodo, was there. The coordinating Ministry of Economy was there with me. So we witnessed, we saw a very dynamic debate, yeah, on how we should address, on how APEC as a community, Asia Pacific region, should be delivering remarks or should be creating outcomes. They were confused and they did not come into a conclusion. And the last day, you know what happened? All the G20 results, the 52nd paragraph, all 52 paragraphs were adopted, you know, by this summit, the APEC summit that was held in Bangkok. It literally means that all the results from G20 were not only followed, but also significant, seen as a very crucial and vital component as part of the global challenges that we must solve and we must address. So that's why all this initiative, I can assure you, yeah, is everywhere and it is followed by all members, and they were all happy and they were all actually very optimistic and convinced that all the results were actually concrete. Okay, next slide. So again, what does it mean to us, to Indonesia? Of course, as many times Pak President has delivered his remark. The key here, collaboration, collectivity, and also balance. Don't forget that balance is important. What do you mean by balance? Balancing interests and priorities between developed and developing countries. This is, you all have to remember. Balancing developed and developing countries. Do you know why it's important? Because the perception, the interest, and how developed and developing countries see things, they're not the same. Objectively speaking, fairly speaking. For example, one of the main priorities of the G20 discussion was about what? Global architecture in health and finance. In health, for example, in receiving vaccines, Rocky, I don't see there is equal distribution of vaccines in the whole world. Until we reach a consensus in G20, until we all realize how important it is to deliver to all countries in the whole world. Maybe some people here from Africa. In Africa, yeah, maybe not even half of the continent receiving the full doses. It's a fact. It's not feelings. It's a fact that we must all remember. The distribution and the fairness in preserving global health architecture, which is now is very important. Why? Because we are experiencing global pandemic COVID-19. I've been briefed by Rocky that we have 5 more minutes, sorry. Yeah, I have so many interests to talk about this. Yeah, and I'm happy to be here actually, yeah. But because of the limited time, so I have to cut my presentation out. There's only one issue that I just talked about, health sector. What about issue of clean energy? As we know, we are now proposing, we are now advocating clean energy. Yeah? About carbon credit, about carbon tax, about how environment should be preserved, yeah, as a very dominant factor in global challenges. But you are seeing, again, something that is biased, something that is not fair. How some countries are actually calculating and defining and measuring, yeah, one area to be calculated as one area can contribute to the carbon tax. Whereas that country does not have enough space of land, of forests, and the preservation of environment, of its environment, is very minimum. Yeah, I cannot point out what that country is. Yeah, but that country is always seeing and always speaking out and always saying it out loud to the whole community that some developing countries are not preserving the forests good enough. They are always criticizing. But you know what happened? Actually, that very country is only preserving less than 20% of its forests. Whereas developing country like Indonesia, we are maintaining and preserving more than 50%. Again, it's a contradictive. Okay, because we're running out of time. Yeah, maybe there will be question and answer discussions. I will be happy to answer all of your questions. But as a conclusion, I would like to again reiterate the importance of the outcomes and results of the G20 and how it might be different from other communities or other forum or other regional organization or whatever you want to call it. One thing that is quite different, and I also myself think is quite important, putting collaboration into concrete ways and steps, something that you cannot find anywhere else. I hope everyone will agree with me, I'm sure. But again, the collaboration and cooperation must be taken into consideration, but not only taken into consideration, but put into concrete steps. And it is defined by policies that made from all members of G20 countries. We still have enough time? I think we have enough time. 30 more seconds. Okay, thank you. So, Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, again, thank you for having me here. I still can stay probably for 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, sorry about the delay. After this, I have to go again to some events every day, Bapak Ibu, because I'm a Vice Minister of Trade. We go to the traditional market, the Pasar Becek, observing and making sure commodities and availability for commodities and price stable. That's one of my works. So forgive me if I don't have enough time, yeah, to be in the discussion session, but I try my best to stay maybe for 5 to 10 minutes more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jerry. This reminds me of, brings me back to my undergraduate days when I was a student. Now, before we go back to our Q&A session, I would like to open the floor once more because Dr. Jerry has to leave us soon. So I'll open the floor for one more round of questions, 1 or 2 questions probably from the audience, specifically for Dr. Jerry. Any questions from the audience to Dr. Jerry? Yes. And then probably somewhere here. Okay. Okay. Briefly, please.
Yes, you had a plan for setting up a crypto exchange. Is that is that still on the agenda?
Sorry. Please.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for your time. My question, I work for Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung in Berlin. So again, great pleasure to have you all. And my question would come from the European perspective. So the EU also plans to have a free trade agreement. And there's always a discussion on the Indonesian country, the largest country within ASEAN, that it would be very important to have a free trade agreement from the European Union with Indonesia. How are things going there? What's the state of the art? Maybe you can fill us in. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I think before we go to our panelists for the questions, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Jerry because he has to leave early. So first on the question on the crypto exchange, and then from the lady on Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung on EU-JEPA.
Okay, it's okay. I think you can hear me. Okay. I think I will answer the first question first on crypto exchange. So right until now, we are in the process of establishing a crypto exchange. What it means by crypto exchange is basically similar to the stock exchange that we have, yeah, in Indonesia. All the steps, prerequisites, requirements, procedures are being considered very carefully. Why? Because our priority is consumer protection. As for now, we have 25 traders or exchangers that are given license by Bapepti. Bapepti is the unit under Ministry of Trade. Outside of the 25, you cannot do trading in Indonesia. So it literally means that we are very selective, we are very tight, and we are very, let's say, not only tight and selective, but also limited, yeah, in issuing license. Why? Because we want to make sure that the company that comes into these activities of crypto transaction are the ones who actually are credible. Okay? The first step is, of course, to have these exchanges, which is the 25 that I just mentioned to you. The second step is we want to make sure that we have a custodian, depository, and also the clearings and all that are integrated into a single system, so that there will be more, let's say, security matters put into action. Because if you are only relying on retails, the thing that we have now already, yeah, of course we can definitely control them, yeah, the government. But I think it would be great if not only the government controlling them, but there's an entity that is integrated among stakeholders, starting from consumers and traders and associations and the custodian and so on, to be put into one single entity community or one single system that is called the exchange, so that they can operate well, and again, consumers are protected. Yeah. And in order to do that, first step done already. The second step, custodian, we are still in process. Yeah. In order to make a custodian, it's not that easy. It's a little bit of a challenge. Yeah. It's quite challenging actually. Why? Because it's very technical. You have to have, let's say, an entity that is quite strong in its cash flow and so on, you know, liquidity part and assets and so on, that must be put and must be secured, yeah, in a very secure system. And the third one is that we are now, I think some of you may know, that in the parliament, in the DPR, particularly in Commission 11, in Commission 11, they are now discussing on the bills on financial reform. And one of the points, one of the significant points in this draft is about crypto exchange, crypto transaction. I think in the future, after the bill is passed into law, maybe some modifications or some authorities or some institution would also be involved in securing crypto regulations. So I can simply name these institutions, probably from Central Bank, Bank Indonesia, and also from OJK. OJK is the Financial Service Authority. Yeah. But Ministry of Trade, in this case, Bapepti, will also be involved and will be also transferring all the things that we have done for the past 5 years. Because all this transaction, regulation, associations, policies, licensing for traders, and also for products are made by Bapepti, Ministry of Trade up until now. Yeah. So again, this can go in parallel, yeah, but we are still doing and we are still processing the custodian and so on, while we are also waiting for the Undang-Undang P2SK, the draft for the financial reform law would be passed or will be taken into place. But again, there will be probably perhaps a transition, 1 to 2 years probably on this one. So our target was initially to have it established by this year, but again, because of this dynamics and, you know, the process and so on, and the most important thing is consumers protection. We want to be very careful until all the steps are completed. And after that, the exchange will be established. But unless it is all completed, we cannot proceed. So we just trying to fulfill all of the requirements. But don't worry, be happy. It will be soon. Okay. Thank you. And then the second one is on SEPA, Indonesia European Union Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. As a process, Madam, I think we are reaching the 12th round of our negotiations. And initially, we hope to finish by this year. Okay. But I think, rationally speaking, realistically speaking, I think we will have it by next year. And definitely, there are some challenges, as you know. Probably your side also know that one of the challenges would be discussion or negotiations on local content. Yeah, we call it in Indonesia TKDN, tingkat komponen dalam negeri. It's all the content that must be assembled in Indonesia, and some of the discussion would be challenging. Why? Because if we're talking about trade and expanding trade and enhancing trade, the key is openness and access. And some may see that the access would be quite limited if the local content was preserved. That's the main argument. But again, we are fighting for our interests, and of course, European Union is also doing the same thing. And I think we would come into the middle and one consensus or compromise this kind of negotiation, so that probably I'm quite sure that part of content negotiations would be we proceeded to the next level, which is the let's say the state-owned enterprises. Yeah, we call it the BO, would also be involved in preserving this local content, also as well as companies from European Union. Second, I think you also talk about government procurement, something that is discussed also in the negotiation. I cannot disclose all, but some part would make sense. Why? Because again, enhancing trade and securing trade activities between both sides, I think would require activities that will be involved in government, government G2G sector. So this field must be completed, after and condition are discussed. Now I think we are in the phase of that. The third one is just technicalities. This negotiation took quite some time. Why? Because it hit during the pandemic. When the pandemic hit in March 2020, negotiations and physical meetings were limited. And I think it also applies to other negotiations, not only with European Union, but also with other countries. For example, with Korea, with Australia, and probably with EFTA. EFTA countries, Korea and Australia, they were all finished already. I think they are also ratified already, and they are in the process of putting into implementation. Maybe they finished early. Why? Because they started early. For example, like Australia, I think started in 2007 or 2010. Also happened to Korea. So I think it makes sense if the European Union Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that started after that probably would finish a little bit late. But I think it's normal, it's fine, and I think it's something that we must again review carefully so that both sides could have reciprocal outcomes and reciprocal benefits. But again, don't worry, be happy. I'm sure by next year, SEPA Indonesia would be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jerry. Now, before I allow the other panelists to answer the questions, allow me to briefly refresh us on the previous questions. First, we have a question on the future of BRICS, the possibility of BRICS surpassing G7. There was also a question regarding the setting to Dr. Amri, and as well from GIZ and Dr. Axel. There was a question about the role of G7 and G20 to Dr. Nicola Bouchot, and I would probably perhaps give the floor to Dr. Amri first to answer the question.
Thank you, Rocky. Hi, everyone. So I'll probably take the two questions about BRICS together with the question about what exactly is conceived as a developing country agenda, especially as a chair's agenda. First of all, I think I'm glad Pajeri was just here to explain, and there was a big slide here about what are the key priorities of the Indonesia presidency. From my understanding of listening to speeches made by Indonesian officials at these international forum, as well as listening to past Indonesian diplomats, there's a strong sense of wanting to make the international economic system more balanced and fair, taking into account the interests of both developed and developing countries. That's a broad principle, but how that is manifested can take several different forums. And in my understanding of how President Jokowi has carried out, has directed, has sort of provided public messaging on the G20 presidency this year, is that we want to talk about the issues that affected us developing countries most. And for Indonesia, it was the terrible experience that we faced during the pandemic, realizing our public health system, and also the issue of fairness in vaccine. Those were key issues. So there was a strong emphasis and desire to want to talk about that more. And also, I believe, and of course, correct me if I'm wrong, there would like a lot of the interesting digital transformation is happening in developing countries, large economies in Asia. And the issues that are with these kinds of disruptions, if you will, there's always pros and cons, and there's opportunities as well as challenges. But I think the challenges affecting developing countries are quite different. Among others, the majority of the workers in, let's say, a gig economy in Indonesia, those are their full-time jobs. They work in the informal sector, so the more kind of like slack unemployment, higher unemployment, less formal opportunities has made digital economy, gig economy a more important source of employment, but it's subject to a little bit more. These kinds of employments are subject to precarity. And I think the T20 working brief has addressed some of the recommendations that could be taken up. I also see this in the leaders' declaration. There have been many articles about the digital economy, and without knowing too much about the insides of it, my guess is that this is, of course, partly the result of the work that Indonesian diplomats in putting into it. I've had the pleasure of having a conversation with one of the government ministries last month at a meeting at CSIS, and I could tell they were like, "Oh, we were really excited about this year, but we're really tired. We haven't been sleeping, Bu Puspa." That's what they said. So that's my understanding of it, and rightly so. Why in my whatever that shape might take place, and I think the desire to have more seat at the table, if you will, in setting the agenda, partly comes from the realization that BRICS is rising, even though that as a block itself, I'll leave that for another time to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll answer the question from our colleague from GIZ, but just because you brought up the issues of trade agreements and also the issues of digital transformation and what can be achieved through the G20, I cannot resist just by mentioning one aspect in the G20 leaders communique, which I see as an achievement throughout this G20 this year, is about creative economy, right? Having also been involved a little bit in this process in the past few years, we were so happy to see that creative economy would be considered for the first time during this G20 as an issue of macroeconomic significance. Of course, there is also a paragraph 48 on culture, heritage, and so on. But in paragraph 47, there is creative economy, and that is exactly linked with digital transformations, etc. And I can only hope that while a number of trade agreements are being discussed and while the ASEAN chairmanship of Indonesia also is coming up, this will be continuing. And it's not just randomly or by chance. When there was the World Conference on Creative Economy in Bali in the beginning of October, the president of the Republic of Indonesia came and introduced the discussion. And then in the APEC, you were probably also there in the room with him when there was this informal discussion, so-called informal discussion. Your president also brought up again, right, the issue of creative economy alongside with that of let's support growth through more cross-border collaboration and cross-border trade, including digital payments and others. So here we can see also genuine agendas emerging. The interesting factor here, this is why also I'm mentioning it, is not the classical approach of there are the developed countries, there are the emerging countries, there are the lower income countries or the developing countries. I think, this is a personal note, we are no longer there, right? Sometimes it is the fragility of so-called developed countries is underestimated, and the consistency of the BRICS today sometimes is overestimated, right? So we need probably to adjust a little bit the focal and understand not just the photography of the situation now, but the dynamics, right, which are in place. And where with those dynamics, we might be 2, 4, 5 years ahead of now. And in that case, the reservoirs of policy creativity that lies in how Indonesia has led the G20, in another regard, how India might lead it, etc. The ways that Germany has sort of decided to go hand in hand on some critical aspects with the African Union and also with the G20, right, during this G7. These reservoirs of policy creativity must be looked at very carefully because this is somehow our common good, right? And this entails a very, very different approach to climate finance, to development finance, but also to then entering into the core of a number of discussions about trade and different ranges of products and how to manage digital transformations. The last point, if you allow me, is about how to implement transformations. I think here, because our colleague also mentioned BAPNAS. For instance, if you take infrastructure investments, change is not possible without getting into the thickness of that matter. And that includes not only global players, not only a national level, but also a consideration of how you can aggregate into the upstream formulation of the issues and then more downstream implementation, local governments or cities, right? And in this sense, last year, for instance, during the G20 Italy, there was a very interesting breakthrough because it was not just the T20 as the, blue sky thinking high end. It's not the case, right? But sometimes is simplified in that manner. So think tanks, T20, B20, and we can see also this year how strong the B20 was, raised 3,000 delegates and so on. And a non-incorporated group of sovereign wealth funds and pension funds called D20, Long-Term Investor Club, were pulled together by the G20 presidency sort of to address the need to review, to revise the global infrastructure agenda, to reform the existing sets of arrangements because the global infrastructure hub dates back from 2014, in many cases does not answer the needs of today, to de-risk investments, but also it's a small elephant, but it's still a small elephant in the room, how to make sure that whatever decisions are being pushed, local governments can be partnering to implement that. And there are significant drivers of investments as well and transformations. And there was not only a G20, a B20, D20, T20 joint statement. This was also linked with the overall approach of understanding urban transformations, be it urban growth or urban regeneration, right? This was continued this year with the same joint statement and a similar approach through the G20 investors dialogue, right? So here we are talking about very concrete things down to living conditions, but also including trade agreements, but also including climate finance and climate energy transition and so on, down to how can Jakarta purchases not just a couple of dozens, but a couple of thousands of electric buses and so on and so on. So here, I think, again, it's another way to look at possible transformations that can be achieved through the use of G20, G7 cases. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Busho. I think we have a few time just for one last round of questions. So I'll probably take two more questions from each side. First from over here, the lady, please take your please state your name, affiliation, and who the question is for.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jenny from FPCI, and I've heard a lot of interesting conversation. And one of the aspects being touched is the energy transition. And I think on the topic of G7 and G20, I'm a firm believer that there's still more that we can do in terms of accelerating the energy transition. And just recently, we have a crisis. I mean, it's been going for a long time, but it's aggravated with the geopolitical tensions. We have sanctions and all that. And the response coming from the EU, we have seen diversification of energy imports, and then different sources are coming in to replace the Russian gas. And we see 40% increase from Azerbaijan, another infrastructure construction coming in Egypt, and then 10% of all the Russian supply to EU is being replaced by the US. And all of these are shifting the emission to other countries, and we know that. And we believe EU has planned as well to mitigate that and maintain committed to the emission target. But how do you see it in terms of the G7 and G20 scope? What can they do more to make sure that this is in the loop of the discussion and that they don't miscount? Maybe the future EU may say that we have maintained our emission target, but on the other hand, we miscount that there are emissions shifting towards other countries and they can't achieve it due to certain circumstances. And Pak Jerry mentioned something that we are now voicing out for carbon tax and all that. And yes, we are ongoing and hopefully it can be achieved soon. But what about this whole carbon tax still being conducted in the individual manner? And there are still a lot of miscounts that could be happening in the future, especially with the current energy crisis that puts both pressure on the energy transition and the short-term supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps one last brief question. Okay, if none, because those are, okay, one more question then. Yeah, yes, please. Briefly, state your name, affiliation, and to whom the question is.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Yose from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Pak Jerry, you mentioned before on the lack of distribution on COVID, but there was a country, China, who involved in a COVID vaccine diplomacy, but then it received some negative criticism from some countries. So my question is, do you think that such a diplomacy should be done within the context of a multilateralism organization such as G20, G7, hence minimizing the bilateral aspect, or is there any other solution for that? Thank you before.
Thank you. I guess for that, then since this is the last round, I would like to provide this in a reverse order. So in addition to answering the questions, I will also invite the panelists to provide the closing remarks to the panel. So please first, Pak Jerry first, regarding the question on Chinese COVID vaccine diplomacy.
Thank you. Thank you, Rocky. Question on China, on the Chinese vaccines, Chinese policy on COVID. If you take a look at it carefully, Have we seen challenges on Chinese policies over COVID-19 in the international community? What they are doing is actually they are preserving policies over the people. But in terms of vaccines, as we know, Indonesia actually, the first 2 vaccines that we got from Sinovac. Right? Maybe we can be more specific on how vaccine policies made out by some countries could actually affect the distribution of vaccines towards all the world. I don't see serious problems with, her policy distributing or managing or preserving vaccines. But if you take a look at other countries, that's a problem. I cannot name those countries, but some countries are not open enough to exchange, to distribute, even to sell out vaccines. And I think starting from all the discussions, not only from or within the G20, but other forums, I think it is fair to say that Indonesia is initiating on how to highlight and how to make sure that access to vaccines would be open. For example, in the G20 summit, I think our leaders, Bapak Presiden, has reiterated many times, has stated many times that access to vaccine must be not only must be open, but must be encouraged and must be preserved as a very mandatory policy for all. And I think one of the concrete results is that the G20 forum has made it possible for the pandemic fund to be established. I think this is very concrete. It has something to do with making sure how vaccines must be spread out correctly and fairly. I think it's one of the foundations or one of the reasons why pandemic fund is needed. And it has never been agreed before. You can take a look at all international forums or international organizations or all other initiatives made by countries. I think this is the first time a very decisive policy made out by a very significant forum, which is the G20, to make sure all members pointing out a very specific way of solving the next pandemic or whatever pandemic that may come in the future. $81.6 billion US. It's not small. Something is very significant. So again, if we relate to how distribution of vaccine is preserved well and how access to vaccine is quite open for all, I think such discussions or let's say multilateral organizations or multilateral forums are needed. And G20 has proven their way. I think hopefully that answered the question. And maybe one more, I would like to reiterate on the importance of how collaboration or how balance on national interest should be conveyed correctly. I think the principle of fairness has been biased for so long. So we're talking about carbon tax and carbon credit, for example. Who's doing what? Who's doing the certification? Who's doing the numbers? Who's doing the calculations? And that entity who's doing the calculation doesn't even have enough land, enough forest. This is how you call it fairness. It's not fair. Who is the right entity to decide on what matters relating to carbon tax? Something must be taken into consideration. And that's why, as our president has pointed out many times, a balance must be needed in order to accommodate and to, let's say, to have a very basic on how, let's say, issues of environmental must be addressed, starting up from developing countries to the developed countries. This is something that is also discussed in the G20 forum. Now, I think in the future, I hope, I think we will pass it on to India already. The next year, G20 summit, I really hope that India would probably deliver some of the deliverables that we made, this year. And seeing India as a developing country who is rising and emerging, I think it is also fair to say that a perspective on a balance of how developed and developing countries are actually preserved quite well in the future, and hope that will work quite nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Padiali. I think the rest of the question is for Dr. Busho. We have like very out of time, so probably like just 1 minute question. Wait to close your remarks before we go to Dr. Puspa.
Thank you. In fact, I would like just to say two things in the end of this discussion. First, there is a momentum of the G20 Indonesia. We must seize this opportunity. It will not last forever, right? So we must build from that. And I'm very happy that for the think tank community, it is obvious that cooperation G7, G20 must happen, but it's also obvious that we need to understand exactly what it is about, to prioritize a number of topics. This has started to happen this year during the T7/G7 Germany. The Chancellor hosted a meeting after the T7 meeting, and the communique was handed over to the Chancellery. This is not just symbolic, and there is a learning process. This learning process must be supported by players such as foundations. We are here with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, by think tanks. And next year, there will be the Global Solutions Initiative Summit in Berlin. There will be the Global Policy Dialogue with the CSIS. There will be the Global Forum with our colleagues from ISPI. There will be other opportunities with our colleagues from India, including a more, I would say, structured way to shape T7, T20 cooperation. So let's build on that. And the last point is, you were mentioning transformations in the field of health and vaccines. I think also seeds of reform in the energy issue, in energy/climate finance were planted this year, but also about infrastructure finance. And that's, I insist, is also very important. And I hope this can be further developed because it will be also across the G7 and G20 capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Dr. Puspa.
Thank you, Rocky. I think given that G20 is an informal organization whose portfolio seems to keep shifting as expectations get even greater, we still need to remember that in every international forum, each individual member country would legitimately balance what is its pursuit of its national interests versus its genuine desire to have international economic cooperation on greater issues. And on that sense, and I hope this also indirectly answers some of the question that was raised earlier about national targets and carbon pricing, whose commitment is it? In my view, it's been a great year for G20. I think Indonesia has done a really good job. But with other organizations, and including with G20, it's an international organization with non-binding commitments. So someone else, us, civil society, also has to keep track of the implementation of the pledges that will be made. And I congratulate the unprecedented assimilation of the pandemic fund as well as other global cooperation. However, if we could also learn from past experiences, other countries, perhaps in the COP pledges for loss and damages, about what modalities could make these initiatives more successful in the implementation level, I think that would make me a very happy person. Thank you, Rocky.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of our discussion. We are over time for about 5 minutes. Many thanks for all the participation and particularly for all the panelists. I invite everybody to give a round of applause to our panelists. I now give back the floor to our host of the event, Wafa.
Right. So thank you so much, Rocky, for your efforts. So thank you so much, panelists. We will now head to the third session, but before that, we will have a short coffee break. So we will please kindly wait as we prepare to resume, and please kindly reconvene in just 10 minutes. We have a couple of snacks just right outside of the venue. Please come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the third session. Please kindly reconvene back to your seats as we will begin shortly. Right. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now head to the third session on aligning expectations, G20's role and challenges in navigating the impact of geopolitical and geoeconomic developments. To chair session 3, I wish to warmly invite to the stage Mr. Andrew Mantong, researcher at the Department of International Relations, CSIS Indonesia. Mr. Mantong, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the last session of today, KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia Strategic Dialogue. I am Andrew Mantong, and I'm thankful here for CSIS and KAS Indonesia for inviting me to chair this very important session. And at this particular session, we're going to talk about the G20's role and challenges in navigating the impact of geopolitical and geoeconomic development. So we're going to discuss more about security issues. And the background of these discussions is the fact that what Indonesia has experienced since the beginning of this year is the sort of securitization and even politicization of the organizing of the G20 forum. The fact that there have been some attempts, like for example, persuading Indonesia to not inviting Russia, for example, to attend the summit in Bali in person, and the fact that there are some aspirations from the international community to G20 to have a bolder stance with regards to the conflict to the war in Ukraine are among the points and the background why we have this particular theme today. Will be joining us on the stage is Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, the Executive Director of CSIS Indonesia, and he is also the co-chair of T20 Indonesia. Dr. Damuri, please come to the stage. And the second speaker is Dr. Axel Berger, the Deputy Director of German Institute of Development and Sustainability. The third speaker is Dr. Shafiah Muhibat, Deputy Executive Director for Research, CSIS Indonesia. And the last speaker, least but not least, Mr. Henning Glasser, the Director of German Southeast Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy and Good Governance, Faculty of Law, Thammasat University. I'm very thankful to be joined by this wonderful list of speakers. And without further ado, I would hand the microphone first to the first speaker, Dr. Yose Rizal Damuri, to provide his insight for us. Dr. Damuri, the time is yours.
Thank you, Andre. Good to be back on stage again this afternoon. Again, I would like to say thank you to all of you for your participations in our KAS-CSIS seminar conference with the titles of Aligning Aspiration and Expectations. We talk about how to align aspirations in the morning sessions. Now we're going to talk about how to align expectations. Perhaps first we should also discuss what are the difference between the aspirations and expectations. So how we could come up with meaningful discussions later on. From one of the source that I can find, an aspiration basically is the hope that we will achieve something, and an expectations on the other hand is the belief that we will achieve that thing. So when we're talking about aspirations, we're talking about our desires and ambitions, while when we're talking about expectations, we basically talk about the confidence in fulfilling those desires. So perhaps in these sessions, when we're talking about how to align the expectations between G20 and G7 countries, we should also need to acknowledge several issues related to G20 and G7s. The first ones that I like to ask you to pay more attention is on the roles of the fact that the roles of non-G7 members are basically increasing over the times. I think this morning Ibu Riatu also already put a chart on how the gap between G20 and G7s is widening, meaning that the non-G7 countries actually have a greater role, or at least greater contributions in the GDP of the group. So with that, of course, there is a changing in aspirations in global agenda settings, including also on how the governance or global governance should be arranged. Another issues is that I would like to mention here. There is also a significant overlap of interest and perspective between the G7 countries and G20 members, especially from the non-G7 members. But that doesn't mean the interest really lead to similar or the same expectations, because there is different perspective over various issues. When we're talking about climate change, we all know this is the interest of all countries, including all G20 members. But the non-G7 members perhaps different kind of perspective toward the issues than the non-G7, especially the developing countries member. Perspective of the difference in this perspective basically also affects how this expectation should be performed. Another thing is on the different capacities especially to carry out commitments from the G7 and G20 members. We know that at least 11 members of G20 remain to be developing or emerging countries that still, although have some capacities to carry out their commitments, but they still need a lot of assistance. And we also need to remember, not to forget, about different political background. And I think this is also related to our session's titles on how to navigate the geopolitical issues, but not only on geopolitics and foreign policy, but also the difference in political background, domestic political background, on how to satisfy domestic constituents and to carry out a domestic interest. I think all those issues, in my opinions, really need to be taken into account when we're talking about the how to align the expectations within G7 and G20 countries. We can discuss about the how the mechanisms on aligning the expectations, but let me also give you some perhaps some kind of directions or my thoughts about the directions of aligning the expectations. The first one is a greater understanding from both sides. Need to hear more for sure from the G7 and G20 countries, and in particular, actually among developing countries in G20, we also should have some kind of alignment, a greater alignment, because Indonesia perhaps has different interests than India or Brazil or China or many other emerging countries. So this is also a good thing to communicate more intensively. And another thing is also to align G20 focus, to make the G20 agenda become more focused on certain issues. Although we do have a quite successful G20 under Indonesia's presidency, but unfortunately, in my opinion, there are two immediate issues that were not being discussed intensively in G20. Number one is how to synchronize tight monetary policy that has been happening since the early this year. Number two is debt restructurings, especially for the less developed countries. Focusing the agenda of G20 would make would make it more relevant to address a global agenda. Another issues, another way to align the expectations of G20 and G7 is that to come up with concrete actions. It can be some common areas of interest. For example, the energy transitions, and I think G7's already started to do that by having the JETP programs, just energy transition partnership from G7. But I think non-G7 countries, non-G7 members also need to come up with concrete actions and devote some resources as well, because normally the emerging countries still think that since they don't have enough capacity, they don't need to put resources. But I guess in the futures, we all need to put some resources into the concrete actions. Another thing is also start to discuss about new kinds of arrangements at multilateral level. For example, I think G20 already start to talk about the WTO reforms, but there are many other institutions under Bretton Woods system, for example, that to need some kind of adjustments, especially in order to represent the interests of emerging economies more intensively. Because as I mentioned before, we've seen greater roles of these emerging economies in G20, so that they have to be also better represented to address the global agenda. And one more things, one more issues. Perhaps I have 1 minute to conclude. Well, I think it is quite also important to recognize the difference in geopolitical aspirations, and then provide some kind of platforms in order to discuss about it. Maybe with that, hopefully G20 and G7 can also focus on other issues beside the geopolitical situation. But for sure, this geopolitical issues has to be recognized. And one last thing is that, of course, I think it has been mentioned several times during our conference here, that the greater involvement of non-state actors such as Think 20 or Think 7 would contribute a lot to greater understanding of the G20 and G7 agenda. Thank you very much. Time.
Thank you, Pak Yose, for sharing with us your perspective on how to align interests between G7 and G20. And you have also mentioned some important insights regarding to a perspective and capacities differences between the two, and how to move on to realize the sort of belief that has been addressed for G20. And we'll be speaking for the second second speaker for this session is Dr. Axel Berger, the Deputy Director of the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. Dr. Berger, the mic is yours.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you also very much to CSIS, Yose, Fifi, and all the other colleagues, and KAS Indonesia, of course, for inviting me to this very interesting conference, very interesting discussion about the role of the G7 and the G20 in navigating the impact of this new geopolitical, new geoeconomic environment. And that's also what I will focus on today. I will focus in my short intervention that geopolitics are here to stay, and that they will define the discussions at the G20 in particular, and that there's a risk that needs to be navigated very, very carefully, a risk of a deepening rift between the G7, G20, but also I will also very briefly touch upon the BRICS, and I will argue that the middle powers, I will define them later, play a key role in order to ensure an open multilateralism, open multilateral approach, which avoids bloc building and which focuses on flexible arrangements in order to address the big global issues that we are all facing. What I'd like to do is to focus a little bit on what has been achieved in the G7 and the G20 this year. Not too much, because I will focus more on the G7. I think we've discussed already quite a lot the G20, and then based on that, I will conclude with some reflections going forward. So let's start with the G7. In this discussion, but also in other discussions, the G7 is characterized as a very effective format, which is very cohesive, a like-minded group of countries that share values. But, you know, if you think back maybe 2 or 3 years, someone sitting in a similar audience would have been very, very surprised by such a characterization of the G7. So, yeah, I just want to stress the point that it has not always been the case. I mean, the G20 is here because the G7 was ineffective in order to solve the global financial crises. Afterwards, the next G7 presidencies, they have been, I would say, rather insignificant in comparison to the G20. Then there was the breakup. You know, there was a G8 once. There was the breakup of Russia after the annexation of the Crimea in 2014. Then we had the Trump years. We had a very difficult G7 summit in 2017. Trump ripped apart the communique on his way back to the US from the summit in Canada in 2018. There was not even a summit in 2020 under the US chairmanship. So, yeah, we should put this our discussion a little bit into perspective. And obviously, the question is 2022 an outlier, yeah, or is it a watershed a moment? Obviously, yeah, I mean, the characterization, if you only focus on 22, is correct, that the G7 was effective. The G7 was the platform to coordinate the sanctions against Russia, but it also produced at the summit an infrastructure package, which played a huge role at the summit. I don't know whether you followed the media coverage, but this was actually the moment when they when the leaders presented this package on infrastructure, this $600 billion US dollar infrastructure package on the first day every G7 leader got in front of the microphone and emphasized how important that is. So that's obviously a key deliverable of the G7 Elmo Summit. But then also the response to the food insecurity as a result of the war played a huge role. There was a global alliance for food security was established, but also important outcomes in terms of health, but also climate. The chat piece have been discussed already. So the G7 was pretty successful this year. I would like to emphasize, but another point, which is, I think, key in order to think how the G7 should go forward, the invitation policy. And the German presidency avoided kind of the geopolitical trap the UK fall in 2021 when they overemphasized, I would say, the invitation of like-minded countries in order to position the G7 against in 21 against China. Germany tried a different approach. Germany invited democratic countries, yes, but mainly the big emerging countries. India, obviously, Indonesia is the chair of the G20 this year, but also Argentina, South Africa, and Senegal as the chair of the AU. I think that's quite significant, and also quite significant is the a statement called Statement on Resilient Democracies these countries adopted together. It did not receive that much attention, but it's an important statement where the countries commit to a number of shared values on peace, on human rights, rule of law, democracy, inclusivity, etc., etc. So I think that's a key point which should not be remembered when we think back at the G7 process this year. So going forward, I think this inclusiveness is key of the G7. I think that's the right approach to go forward, not to overemphasize this geopolitical dimension, in particular because there's the risk that the US-China trade economic conflict will pop up again, I think. And there is a certain risk that the G7 will be kind of weaponized in this China-US conflict. And obviously also the next US elections also a very critical point where we have to see where we are heading. Okay, that was the G7. Let's now rather briefly focus on the G20, because we already have discussed quite a lot on the outcomes of the process. I think, was it successful? I don't know. I mean, there are two ways to look at it. I mean, that there are certain summits that are important because they because real progress is being achieved, right? And we remember back to the 2009 summits in London and Pittsburgh. Obviously, they were critical in order to overcome the global financial crisis. The Seoul summit may be remembered because of its emphasis on development. The Hangzhou summit 2016 enlarged the agenda, focusing more on trade issues. But then on the other hand, there are certain summits that may be remembered or maybe characterized as successful because they are important in order to maintain the format, the forum as such. Obviously, 2008 summit in Washington was the first summit at the leaders level where they came together, established the basis, but for the subsequent successful summits, London and Pittsburgh, I've just mentioned. Then there was the summit in 2017 in Hamburg, first summit visited by Trump. Obviously, here the main emphasis was on maintaining the commitments that were there on climate, on open liberal trade regime, etc. And you may add the Bali summit to this list of summits that are important because they maintained the format, they maintained important commitments. So that's my perspective on the Bali summit. Obviously, perhaps I'm allowed to also reflect a little bit on Indonesia's role, which is very significant and very interesting, because if you look back at the founding moment of the G20 at the level of finance ministers and central bank governors in 1999, it was in response to the Asian financial crisis, and obviously Indonesia was heavily hit by the crisis. And a couple of years later, Indonesia is chairing the G20, obviously in a much better position, also playing a much more facilitative role in terms of global diplomacy as a neutral broker. I think that was very important, and I think that's also something where the Indonesian colleague can be very proud of. The summit, from my perspective, was successful because it happened, because almost all leaders were there, because a communique was adopted, because it was there just to maintain the format, maintain the commitments. Going forward, I think I would also stress that the G20 needs to stay inclusive, focus on inclusivity. There's this discussion about the southernization of the G20. I mean, there are a number of presidencies now following Indonesia. It's India, it's Brazil, perhaps South Africa. That's important. It's very important in order to focus more on the interest, aspirations of these countries. But it's also important to build bridges to the G7, to the non, but also to the other countries.
Your time is
okay.
almost up.
Only one small side remark on the BRICS, because I see a big risk there. There's also a discussion about the extension of the BRICS. Russia would like to, for example, bring in Iran. So there's a risk I see in order to weaponize the BRICS against the G7. So that's a risk for the G20. And yeah, let me conclude by emphasizing this inclusivity in the G7, in the G7, in order to ensure an open multilateralism that builds on variable geometries. Yeah, let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Berger, for sharing with us your insights on the key feature of G7 that should be continued by G20, which is the inclusiveness. And now we would like to also hear some insights from Dr. Shafia Muhibat as the third speaker. She's the executive director of the deputy executive director from CSIS. Dr. Shafia Muhibat, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. A very good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to see most of you are still here, despite being so late in the afternoon already. And we have had a very rich discussion since the first session this morning. So much has been discussed on various aspects of both the G20 and G7. So I think some of the things that I'm about to say will re-emphasize some of the things already said since this morning, but I'm hoping to add a little bit more. Through this short intervention, I'll probably just make 3 points. Number one, the previous sessions have basically highlighted both the differing aspirations and differing expectations on both the role of G20 and how G7 and G20 views going forward. Some of the different expectations on the role of G20 has also served as a barrier that basically hinders the grouping from having one unified voice, which is something that we saw throughout Indonesia's presidency this year. So let's discuss some of these differing perceptions. I mean, again, looking at it from a geopolitical perspective. So I think the previous speakers have also touched upon some of the economic issues, but I look at, I'd like to discuss some of these differing perceptions from the geopolitical perspective. So, of course, this year, basically, there are serious differences on Russia. The G7 leaders have generally spoken in unity with regards to the war in Ukraine. asserting how Russia has violated the international rules-based order and reaffirming a shared commitment to maintaining the rules-based international order. But outside of the G20, of course, there is less agreement about the rules itself and their application. And substantial differences in perspectives exist among G20 members, especially regarding geopolitical challenges. And, you know, it is interesting to note that while all G7 members have imposed sanctions and severe economic engagement with Russia, many of the remaining G20 countries prefer to maintain economic ties with Moscow, especially in energy trade. The second point of, the second issue of differences is, I think, on China. I think just a couple of weeks ago, I think at the beginning of November, after the meetings of the G7 foreign ministers, G7 released a statement in which there are, of course, references to China. They urge China to abstain from threats, coercion, intimidation, or the use of force, while reiterating the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. But this, if we can call it unfavorable views towards China, are not universally shared. Other countries in G20 would share closer engagement with China. Countries like Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Argentina would generally have more positive views towards China, while countries like Indonesia have been seeking closer and stronger relations with China. And then the third point of differences that I'd like to mention is regarding also relations with the US. So not only relations with Russia, relations with China, but also relations with US. So interestingly, some studies have highlighted that there are differing views towards the US. There are some countries in the G20 that have had less than positive views towards the US. Countries like Indonesia have expressed their concern about minilaterals like the Quad or AUKUS. But I think the main concern is that many countries outside of the G20 do not want to be part of a competition between the major powers and refrain from framing international politics as such. So, looking at this, just 3 points of differences in the geopolitical perspective, it's clear that G20 has its challenges. G7 also has their challenges. On geopolitics, especially on Ukraine, it was obvious that G20 had the challenge of convincing many non-Western countries who are skeptical about sanctions, and that the West is mindful of these concerns about rising energy prices when designing sanctions. So just highlighting this obvious differences really then present a closer look of the challenges of trying to bridge the gap, because we've been trying to discuss about aligning perception, aligning aspirations, aligning expectations, but with this differing perceptions about what's important, political security challenges, obviously this is not going to be an easy task. My second point that I'd like to mention is relating to our forum today, because I've been following the KAS-CSIS Germany-Indonesia dialogue since its first inception, trying to put this into context. So G7, G20, but more in the context of a Germany-Indonesia relations. Speaking of bilateral relations, this year is actually the 70th anniversary of bilateral relations between Germany and Indonesia. There has been, throughout the 70 years, focus on cooperation in issues like international organizations, promoting bilateral economic ties, and various global issues. And in 2020, the German government approved a new policy guidelines for the Indo-Pacific, which defines strategic goals and instruments for its foreign policy in the region. And I think engagement with countries like Indonesia and also with ASEAN has been put into some of the central issues in these documents. Now, as the largest members of both the European Union and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, Germany and Indonesia have had numerous common focal points on the regional policy front. But I think the highlight this year, as we've been discussing, is extra special. So not only an EU-ASEAN relations, but also a bilateral cooperation on many overarching issues intensified this year during the parallel German G7 presidency and Indonesia's G20 presidency. So when in June 2022, when the Indonesian president was invited to Germany to attend the G7 summit, it raised a lot of hopes of more of closer bilateral cooperation, at the same time in parallel of closer relations among the two regions amid the challenging geopolitical landscape. So the Indonesian president used the platform at the G7 summit to persuade the leaders basically of the G7 to ensure their attendance at the G20 summit. So if we recall, there were threats of boycott of leaders coming to G20 if the president of Russia was there. And I think it was generally, the perception was Germany has been generally seen as one of the more supportive of Indonesia's effort. And I think a lot of emphasis has been put in this regard as well. So I come to my third and last point of this short remark, which is again looking forward, looking at this this context, the reality that there are so many differing both aspirations and expectations. So what to do about these differences? Will the G7 convince other countries to adopt their view of this rules-based order that they mentioned? Or will the divisions in the G20 prevail? So that's basically the challenge going forward. But the thing, what I view is that, the global rules-based order cannot be described as global if it is not embraced by most of the world. So it's hardly, you can hardly call it global if those adhering to it is only one part of the global community. So this is why positions that differ from those of the G7 cannot simply be ignored. And that's why the challenge is there with the G20. And most importantly, I think with, again, back to the context of the G20, several upcoming G20 summits will be hosted by countries that might view both Russia and China, some of the differences that I mentioned earlier, more positively than G7 members do. So again, more issues might come up in future summits. So bridging the gap is, of course, an important issue, and aligning G7 and G20, which is something that we are trying to do or we are trying to discuss today, is, of course, one way to bridge this gap. So we've discussed how the differences. So to align them, as the title of this event suggests, is, of course, a big challenge. And there has been very high expectation put both on Indonesia and Germany in this matter. Sometimes I would view the expectations are being too high because similar as to the high expectations put on Indonesia's presidency in the G20 this year, sometimes the expectations are too high, and some people might be disappointed in some of the outcomes, even though some of the comments with regards to the result of the summit have been encouraging. And I think to conclude, basically what we've been discussing since this morning, international cooperation is actually needed more than ever in overcoming such a challenging year, from the impacts of the war in Ukraine, numerous crises, food insecurity, energy crisis, and so on. And moreover, we still need both G7 and G20 to talk about cooperation. So this panel have been mentioning about inclusivity quite several times. So I think that's something that needs to be underlined. Cooperation among important countries when it comes to slow-moving but devastating problems, including issues like the climate change as well. We are being challenged to navigate the intersection between security issues and economic issues that likely to be concluded to be more crucial in the near future. And I think this is not a challenge of G20 per se. It's a challenge other multilateral forums, and something that that is still needs further discussion and further collaboration when it comes to trying to find a solution to this. So I think I'll stop my remarks here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohibat, for your wonderful presentation. and for highlighting to us that there are some issues of divergence and the move forward to align these differences in the G20. And the last speaker is Mr. Henning Glasser, the director of German Southeast Asia Center for Excellence for Public Policy and Youth Governance from Thammasat University. Mr. Glasser, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. Do I have 10 minutes or 15 minutes? That is 10 minutes. Okay. I don't want to say good, but accepted. Okay. So thank you very much that you are still here. I'm very happy to have indeed an audience. I was afraid that might not be the case. I would like to thank very much the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation and in person Dr. Denis Suarsana for inviting me, and also our moderator, or no, co-speaker, Jose Rizal, also as a co-host of this event and this CSIS. I would like to talk about perception first, and I think I found it very interesting when Jose Rizal talked about expectation, and I think perception is another very important concept which is useful to highlight when we look at our topic. When we talk about perception, it's always about the is and the ought, about how things are and how they should be. And I think there are two fallacies. One fallacy is that we are engaging in wishful thinking. We are believing that the reality is how we want the reality to be. And the other fallacy is that we have a kind of stability bias. We are trying to identify stability, regularity, where we have great change, fluctuation. And I think this is what we are right now challengingly experiencing when we are looking at the G20, when we are looking at global order, geopolitics in general. What I want to point out is that, in my point of view, we have in both dimensions, in the dimension of stress on the order we have, and the dimension of change, of transformation. We have a degree, an extent we are easily overlooking, and I think this is very important for the question which has been raised in this panel and in other panels, in how far should the G20 be a political platform, or in how far should the G20 address political issues. The question is in some ways, I think, related to the fact that we have an omni-crisis going on. So we are experiencing right now an omni-crisis of the global system, of the world system, that affects climate, food security, migration, security, energy, and also the economy and finance. So everything basically is in crisis. And this stress is a kind of omni-crisis as we experienced it, I think, only in the years 1918 to 1938. That was described by E.H. as the omni-crisis, as the 20 years crisis, sorry, the 20 years crisis that was leading to the Second World War. I think we have a kind of profound crisis of this type right now we're experiencing. The second point is change and transformation. This crisis comes with a transformation that is often underestimated, the pace, the breadth, and the depth of this transformation, and I would like to make some points on that. So 3 dimensions where we can see how important and how strong this transformation is affecting the world system, global order, globalization, and geopolitics. In all 3 dimensions, we are experiencing profound change. And just to point out some aspects here. Talking about global order, we are looking since some years already at global order and disarray, but this process is for sure with the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine amplifying and accelerating, and we are now looking at a greatly fluctuating global order. When we look at global order, when we look at order in general, we are talking about 3 things. We talk about a concept, we talk about power, and we talk about legitimacy. And what we see right now is, when we look at power, that the balances of power, or the correlation of forces, are in a great shift and totally unpredictable where they will lead to. When we look at legitimacy, we see, as we could hear it already, that we can't simply assume that we have one set of or one legitimate concept of how global order should be crafted. And lastly, when we look at concept, we are a little bit looking at something what we don't understand and where we have no answer. So this is, I think, a crisis of profound extension that comes in a time where we really badly need order, where we need governance, global governance, because we experience this shift in a time of existential risks for humanity. We talk about climate, we talk about nuclear war as a possibility. We talk about also the development of digitalization, which is a little bit underestimated, I think, as a risk. We are looking at the possibilities of genetics. All that is pointing at the possibility of even existential risks for humanity. And we also had already the experience of a pandemic. And that requires order, and that requires governance. Looking at globalization, we have a similar finding. We look at a process that is going on since some years. It started with the Trump administration and the trade war with China. Then we had the COVID-19 experience. Then we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which created also deglobalizing effects due to the sanctions on the one hand, and due to the disruption of supply chains on the other hand. Then we have a last step of this kind of deglobalization was the semiconductor ban of the United States against China, which is also a very, very profound disruption of globalizing dynamics. Then looking at geopolitics, I think this is maybe the most important part. We are living in an age of geopolitics. Geopolitics form the paradigm of our time. And this is, I think, something we easily underestimate when we look at the primacy of economy, which is not anymore at place. Today, in a geopolitical age, I would claim that economy ranks second, security and geopolitical interests rank first. And we can see that in many, many ways. We see it, for example, in the American policies of interest rates. We see it in the Chinese lockdown policies. We see it in the European energy policies. All that is not driven by economic rationales. It is driven by geopolitical rationales. And this is already implying a little bit the answer, what is the role of the G20 and should they play a political role? When we look at the political role of the G20, I think we have to admit that everything we do in this world is somehow done with a geopolitical impact, and we will always have to relate it somehow to geopolitical considerations. The point for me is now that we are entering a stage of this situation where we have in all these dimensions of global order, geopolitics, globalization, great shifts, great transformations, where we can't see anymore where it leads to. And that is new. I think we were some time ago quite sure where it will lead to. We were not united in our opinion, but we were maybe divided, but very sure we have a rising China, we have a declining Russia, and so on. That is not sure at all anymore. A rising China, I think, is not evident at all. China can break down at any time. United States can do so too. I think it's more likely for China, but at least we can't say we have clearly a rising power anymore, clearly rising power without any risk of sudden breakdown. We are also experiencing a Russia that is not that clearly declining as we believe. We see a Russia that could survive severe sanctions until now, and that surprised many people, me included. I expected that the sanctions would have a completely different effect on Russia. We don't know where the European Union will go. We see a weakened European Union, and yet I would claim that the European Union has great resilience that is very much overlooked, and we might see a coming back of the European Union that might surprise too. But in general, I think most important is to acknowledge we don't know at all where things will lead to. And at the same time, we are looking at a future where order and predictability will be less certain than they are today, and this will go on. Saying all that, I would like to come to the G20 and look at the possibilities of the G20 to provide any meaningful impact. I think we have three different perspectives we can take. We can take a systemic perspective, a situational, and a relational perspective at G20. Systemic means, for me, what is the fundamental purpose and role of the G20? Situational, what is the G20 performing each year? What can the G20 do in the given situation? And relational, what is the G20 doing? What is the G20 meaning in relation to the G7, but also to BRICS? Talking about first the systemic level, I would say, in terms of delivery and decision-making, the G20 can't do much in the situation we are in right now. We have a deep divide in the G20. We have a north-south divide. We have a divide, if you want, between the G7 and the BRICS countries. So in this situation, decision-making and shaping policies is very difficult, and it is, I think, wrong to expect that. Therefore, I would also claim that the G20 summit under the leadership of Indonesia was as successful as it could have been. Nevertheless, we have the problem that we have a lot of issues that have to be addressed. We have the matter of values, we have the matter of security sanctions, of the dollar dominance in the international financial system. We have international financial institutions. We have debt forgiveness as an issue. All these issues are highly contended, and all these issues will have to be addressed. And not much, I would say, can be expected. Situational, however, every G20 summit every year can perform in this frame. And I think Indonesia performed, as I said, very well in this frame. Situational, the G20 can be extremely important, extremely meaningful. The Xi-Biden talks and also the Xi-Albanese talks, I think, very clearly exemplified what the G20 can provide. They can provide a diplomatic forum. They can provide a regular summit for the great powers. Very much that is, I think, a future function of the G20, which is maybe the only form of meaningful exchange between them in these difficult times. That was enabled. What else? I think we have to talk about the rules of cooperation, the language of cooperation in the G20 when we talk about the situational dimension of performance. There, for sure, compromise, consensus is not a condition. It is a result of a process. I think that has to be acknowledged, that has to be worked on, how that can be managed. And then we have the relational dimension. What will the G20 be in relation to the G7? And I think that is important to mention the BRICS, because we said we have a club in the club. In fact, we have two clubs in the club. We have the G7 and we have the BRICS. And the BRICS are, from inception, a non-Western event. They were founded with a clear rationale to have a non-Western impact on global governance. And when we see now that in quantity and quality, the BRICS are expanding, in quantity by inviting countries like, or by talking to countries like Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Argentina, Indonesia, Thailand, Nigeria, Senegal, we see a very, very profound expansion in quantitative terms, which would make the BRICS way more powerful. And we also see in terms of quality at the possibility of a world reserve currency backed by the BRICS. And that would have profound impacts on the world financial system, on the correlation of forces globally. And if we see that, then we will, I think, have to doubt very much that we will be having on the systemic level of the G20 very soon a change of the situation, that decision-making will be very, very difficult. That gives the middle powers like Indonesia and Germany a very important but a limited role. I think in an age of geopolitics, an age in which global order is shaped by great power rivalry to the extent we have it right now, middle powers can't do that much, but they can do something if they are responsible middle powers. And I think Germany and Indonesia both are responsible middle powers. They have a lot in common. They are regional leaders, maybe not alone. In German case, we are we are taking that role together with France. Indonesia is, I think, clearly the most powerful country and the only G20 country in ASEAN. So we have regional leaders that are taking this leadership role on very cautious terms. And I think this is very different, for example, from a country like Turkey that is taking a more adventurous course in driving a middle power strategy. What is possible on this level, I think, is very much what we could see with Indonesia. Indonesia was somehow delivering a blueprint of what is possible on the situational level of G20 performance. Middle powers can be honest brokers. They can bring countries together. They have a gravity as they are the most important followers of great powers. I think this is also very important in times of shifting order. We see right now, for example, key allies of the United States shifting towards Russia and shifting towards China, talking about Turkey again, talking about Saudi Arabia and even India. And I think this is again exemplifying how dramatic the shifts are we are witnessing right now. So middle powers have something to bring at the table, even in relation to great powers, but they can't make the decisions. What they can do is they can enforce that great powers talk to each other. They can also bring the issues on the agenda that great powers will tend to overlook because they are overcommitted with more pressuring things like waging war or building up their power in relation to each other. And I think that is a great potential and the great responsibility of middle powers to keep things like climate change, digitalization, financial stability on the agenda. And there, I think the G20 are the ideal platform. So my fazit is the G20 will not be the most important global source of governance, but they will remain a very, very meaningful, very important one when we look at the situational dimension, when we look at the relational and the systemic dimension. I think they have the duty, they have the responsibility to work on something which can't easily be solved. We have a north-south divide. We have two clubs that have very different ideas, and we should reconsider, if I might say that, one more thing,
yes,
very briefly. We might reconsider two things. First of all, a lot of the things that are right now simply solely attributed to Western powers, global values, global rules, are things that have been driven by the agency of non-Western powers. It has been the agency of non-Western powers in 1945 to bring certain things into the global agendas. And that is something, I think, which is important to remember. And the second thing which is important to remember, what can Western middle powers bring at the table to their colleagues in the non-Western world? And I think there we talk about rules. The rule of law is, in my point of view, a very important resource, and institutions like the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation are an example for the potential to do that. They are a very important source of a sustainable and of an efficient form of governance that is very needed in many important countries for many important middle powers in the non-Western world. So this is all I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glasser. So we have listened to the four wonderful presentations, and we have discussed some important key points from differences and similarities between G7 and G20 and the nature of multilateral order and inclusiveness that the two sides should embrace. And we also have highlighted some tensions over issues, security issues that would probably affect the future of the G20. And with that, I would like to open the floor for a question and answer. We have 15 until 30 minutes, if we can extend to 5. And the first would be Mbak Susi, and then the second gentleman with batik.
Thank you. That was a very important panel. I'm interested in what Fifi said and the last gentleman. I'm looking at history. I'm looking at history in terms of process tracing. If we look at after World War II, we had a good setup. We had a good Bretton Woods system that was not applicable to little people, to poor people in the third world. So these people were left behind. If they are interested in getting into a club that's against the Western powers, you can understand why the problem exists. So if this problem is not addressed, meaning definitions are not agreed upon and people are left behind, you will constantly have these kind of problems because look at now, things look great in Jakarta, but some people do not have jobs, you know. This is reality. And so I was looking at a book that I used, and they talked about transgovernance. Transgovernance means exchanging bureaucracies from different nations because you have to level up the quality. We have a problem of education. We have a problem of bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is totally stupid, you know, corrupt, low pay. So if you have these kind of like definition being brought back and forth between countries, you can level up these left behind bureaucracy so they can be serving. I remember Polanyi saying, opening up to the outside, protecting on the inside, which is double movement. That double movement was left behind because according to another economist, they say capitalists hijack globalization. And so what happened to these little people? The people that are left behind is not even talked about. We talk about local wisdom and that sort of stuff, but their life is still remain the same. So there must be a revolution of bureaucracy, a revolution of minds, and that can be done through transgovernance if all things return to stability, because now we have a problem of whether we're going to have World War III or not. But if that's stabilized, this definition and consensus between countries so that people understand what you guys are talking about, because the little people don't understand it. They're outside of the luxury of this big brouhaha, fiesta, whatever, you know, and we should remember that, because otherwise, if you continue to have the same solution that will leave behind people because of bureaucratic corruption and stupidity and lack of education, you will have the same problem. It'll never be resolved. So this is just a comment, not a question, but maybe you can respond in a sense, because maybe I'm too historically minded. Some people are not historically minded. I think we had a good thing going, Bretton Woods and all that, but it's never disseminated correctly. So people don't understand, and they are being left behind throughout the ages, and this is what's happened now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Susi. The gentleman behind.
My name is Sherpa from Lepel Labs. So taking notes of the systemic transformations of G20 and also the nature of inclusivity of the G20. In the rising narrative of the strategic autonomy and especially India always reiterating the strategic autonomy, and every time the Indian policy is being questioned by some countries. How would it affect the dynamics within BRICS and G20, and how would G7 would perceive and manage that in when G7 will invite India in the G7 meetings, especially after the Indonesia in current G20 meeting passed the first time in G20 histories of concrete deliverables. Can we expect that India will create innovative steps in the next G20 meetings, and how would other G7 countries and other middle powers taking inspiration from that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first question from Masusi goes to both Dr. Mohibat and Mr. Glazer. Do you have any comment to respond to comments made by Masusi? You go first.
Sorry, I'm incapable in these things. Yeah, the answer is, first of all, I would say power is always evil, as you are taking historical perspective as a quotation of Jakob Burckhardt, a famous historian. Power is always evil. The question is only, do we have something to counter that? And I think the system we have at place is trying to counter that. We are thinking in the framework of European governance. We are thinking a lot about how could we do things ethical. This is not just lip service. It's not just to impose anything on others. It's, I think, taken serious. And there is always that serious debate about values and how we can make the flow of power more ethical and more moral in the light of certain values. And fairness is a very important aspect here. And I think you talk basically about fairness. That's all I can say here in short terms. The other question, very interesting, about trans governance and the possibilities of bureaucratic reform. I would say the outlook for trans governance is very limited. We have that instrument in a certain way. We have, for example, from a German perspective, I'm German, so I don't know how other countries are doing that, but from a German perspective, we have the GIZ. The GIZ, or also CIM, are sending experts to other bureaucracies. They are embedded in these bureaucracies. And that is one possibility we have. And I think that is working quite well. But to simply exchange bureaucracies, to exchange experts on a regular basis and in greater numbers, I think is very, very difficult, because we have very different institutional cultures. We have very different institutional, again, power rationales. Bureaucracies serve a rational function, but at the same time, they are power structures. And in these power structures, things are reproduced always in a certain logic that is deeply rooted in that bureaucracy. You cannot simply bring in people from another bureaucracy and let them work in such a structure. It would not work, I think. I would be skeptical, at least, quite skeptical. While at the same time, I think we are a little bit overlooking these days the importance of bureaucratic reform. We are doing that way too specific. We are not anymore working on the fundamentals of the rule of law, on the fundamentals of good governance, and I think that is a lack. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Dr. Mohibat?
Sure. I'll just add a little bit more. I mean, definitely. I mean, new challenges keep popping up. I think the only thing in international relations, the only thing that's constant is change, I suppose. So new challenges keep popping up. Axel mentioned that, you know, G20 is basically the result of the failure of the G7. So it means that, you know, new challenges keep popping up, but the development of multilateral institutions have not been able to keep up with these new challenges. So that's why we are seemingly having to respond to endless challenges without being equipped with the correct multilateral forums to handle these new challenges. So I think one of the questions also asked in this event today, and I think also throughout this year during Indonesia's presidency, is that is G20 really the best avenue to respond to the current challenges? I mean, that's one of the big questions. And if not, you know, what are the alternatives? And that is something that that none of us, I think, have come to a conclusion of how to best answer these questions. It's generally claimed that that G20 still has its role in addressing big agendas, but setting a very low common denominators. And that's something that most countries still have to live with, I suppose. Big agendas, but very low common denominators. It remains limited in terms of mechanisms and the tools to solve a political crisis. No specific mechanism, for example, for conflict resolution or conflict management. No specific dependable channels that can give us measurable progress to crisis as the ones that we have right now. But then again, you know, as long as we can, as long as we are not yet able to actually present an alternative or a clear solution of how to improve the workings of G20, I think we are still going to be stuck with the current setting of multilateral forums.
Thank you, Dr. Muhibat. If I can bring more perspective from development and economics, I believe the question has touched upon the issues of sense of justice and equality that cannot be addressed by the system was designed by Bretton Woods system. So if there are some sort of solution can be developed at multilateral level with regards to the role of G20 or G7, now what can be done? I think like we can also extend the discussion to Dr. Berger and Dr. Damuri here. Do you have something to add?
Okay. First, I think we have to know that, or we have to realize, I think we also already remember it for sure, that G20 is an informal forum. It doesn't have the implementation mechanisms. It doesn't have a lot of instruments actually, but it has a power, a political power to direct the global agenda. And what about the implementations of those global agenda depends on the member countries itself or other international organizations. That's why, for example, the pandemic fund that G20 set up is going to be run by the World Bank instead of G20 itself, because the G20 is not really designed on that issue. So what we can, what G20 can do actually, and also G7 as well, is try to push further this global agenda, and then to come up with some kind of a common understanding and common commitments. For sure, it's going to be very difficult to do. We discuss about all the challenges here, but this is again, as Vivi also mentions, this is the platforms that that currently we have. We don't really have many other alternatives on that, including also when we're talking about Bretton Woods. It can be done as well. The discussion can be done at G20 level, but of course the implementation is another story of it. But I also mentioned before that perhaps the reforms of this multilateral governance, especially in the economic governance, has to start in the G20. Currently, there are several agendas on the reforms of this global economic governance, but only limited on trade issues, including also WTO reform. But we need more. We need more discussions about the greater issues and wider global governance issues.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damuri. Dr. Berger, the question is about the question also touched about the issues of government, and I think if I can rephrase the question, how can government, which is being criticized at the domestic level with problem of corruption and even the US with populism and something like that, can work together at the international level to sort of bring new paradigm and then new solutions to the issues that has been mentioned earlier. And you also mentioned about the role of middle power. Can it also be the answer?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, on middle powers, I think we already discussed quite a lot, and I agree to many of those arguments. So perhaps I should not restate these arguments which I share, but I'd like to pick up what Yose, or how Yose reflected the role of the G20. I must say I very much agree, because in many discussions we have this I would say romantic view on the of the G20 as this steering committee that resolves crises, right? I mean, it worked in a historically very special moment in 2008, 9. It worked well, but since then the G20 has not performed that well when it came to crises. I mean, in the Euro crisis, the G20 failed. In the pandemic situation, the G20 failed, etc., etc. I would describe also, I guess, similar to Yose, I would describe the G20 today as a hub where different groupings, different formats from the public, but also from the non-public side come together. We can think about all these engagement groups as well, the international organizations where they come together. It's a format to set agendas. It's a hope. I would hope it's a format where over time, we heard today that there are 400 meetings took place over the course of this year. Over time, that there's a certain a trust building element, or at least the maintenance of trust, a space for joint reflections on global problems that then have to be translated into different policies depending on the setup of the domestic governance systems. But I think this is what I guess the maximum what we can expect from the G20 today. But then it provides a platform for this new multilateral normal, which I observe emerging more on a with variable geometry. So it's not anymore the WTO. You know, and we had a ministerial which was more or less successful, but agreements happening on different scales and different formats, like the chat piece of certain G7 countries with certain emerging countries on just energy transitions. We have plurilateral initiatives in the trade area, etc., etc. And so these initiatives can be brought together in the G20. The G20 can help provide a platform to further those discussions. And I think that's all we can expect from the G20, but still that's already something if it contributes to cooperation and trust building.
Thank you, Dr. Berger. The second question is about the future of presidency of India. Can anyone take up the question for the second question? As you say.
I just wanted, I did not really get the question. So if you could rephrase it, perhaps?
I think the question was about what would be the role of India as president next year. Could we expect something?
Yose? Or should I? Yeah, I mean, I think we can expect a lot from the Indian presidency. What I hear, the government is really preparing the process, but also what I perceive more directly, also the think tanks are well prepared. There are a number of think tanks. I think what we can expect is that a lot of interest of the Indian government, of the Indian think tanks, and all the other stakeholders in this process. But I also see the Indian process in a row of presidencies from the south, from the global south: Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa. So this will be, I guess, 4 years that can really characterize and really influence the G20 discussions. Bringing development related topics more on the agenda. I think that's important. So I think that's something we can look forward, but that's also something we have to observe very carefully. So in order to really preserve this inclusiveness. Yeah.
As you say, what is your expectation for India next year?
Okay, the thing is, we see. I'd like to highlight what Axel's also already touched upon on the continuity of the developing countries, especially you can say the southern countries, to lead the process, and it would magnify what we already achieved in Indonesia, making the southern voice being heard more in the global setting. I think this is quite important, especially because again, we discuss a lot that the aspirations might be the same, the expectations might be similar, but we often we do have a different perceptions and different perspective, and this different perspective has a need to be heard as well, need to be represented well in the global agenda setting. I believe India would also be very quite successful in promoting those agenda and the voice from the South. Another thing what we can expect from India, hopefully, is that to continue several issues that have been taken in Indonesia, especially in digital development. This is going to be very important, especially since if we're going to see any what's your call this this disentanglement of the economy, decoupling of the economy, global economy, it would likely be being in the digital economy. So we need to work more intensively in preventing that decoupling, especially in the digital economy. And India, I think, is one of the India's priority issue would be on digital technology and digital economy. So we expect that some good commitments would be achieved in that area.
Thank you. It's already been 4:54. We don't have time anymore, right, organizer? Okay. I think we can conclude the session. And thank you for all 4 wonderful speakers for sharing with us. And we have, I believe, we have discussed some of the important issues regarding on how we can navigate our situations in dealing with geopolitical and geoeconomic issues. And there are several concepts that has been mentioned from the way multilateral work, governments work, and how can we settle differences and find alignment between different voices in G20. I cannot conclude anything based on our discussion, but I believe that our discussion just now has given a clearer path for tomorrow's session on the rule-based multilateral order. Since we already talked about how can government work and how important the multilateral system for saving the world from some serious problem, like, for example, climate change, digitalization, and so on and so forth. With that, I would like to conclude by saying thank you for all 4 wonderful speakers, and may I invite a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, and I hand over the microphone to the Master of Ceremony, Wafa.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and to all the panelists. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first day. We've talked so much about some of the overarching thoughts on the roles of G7 and G20, as well as opportunities and challenges to proceed. Please do save some thoughts for tomorrow's session, as we will return for the final session on the future of G7, G20, and the rules-based multilateral order at 9 a.m. tomorrow, right here on the same ballroom at the Grand Hayat Jakarta. Thank you so much for your participation, and I hope you have a good day and see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.